Yeah, I mean, it's just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. And he's an introvert, incel or whatever. And when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Got the stream going. I originally shared the wrong link. My apologies. I've got the correct link now that I will reshare so that everyone can join in the stream and have a good time. Looking forward to the show where we can talk about all sorts of things, from my debate to recent events. I'll hand it over to you, Doooovid, for the introduction. Thanks for being here with us.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks again, Jennifer. Always good to regular part of our lives now for almost over 2 years now, Week in Review. So great to be back. It could be next week. We might not have a Week in Review because it's going to be a serious fast day that it's coming out on a Sunday again. The first one was 2 weeks ago, which was a minor fast day, and then Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, is next Sunday, and it's a full, supposed to be a 25-hour fast day, not even 24 hours. Supposed to fast even 25 hours to make sure you get a full fast, and that no excuses, no liquid, not even supposed to shower or any water or anything. Serious morning day, and it'll be over by 9:30, but we'll probably have to cancel Week in Review. So if there's something relevant, we could stream later this week or next week. If Jennifer gets a gig or something, or there's some event, we can make another stream, but likely we'll just cancel for a week. Unfortunately, I had I was going to have the stream with Lipton Matthews on Thursday from the Van Mises Institute, a big scholar, the Jamaican scholar, who's been having all those guests. He had some big names, even like Charles Murray, besides for Edward Dutton and Kevin McDonald. He had Charles Murray and some big name academics, and he had agreed to come on my channel. And then there was a huge storm in Metro Detroit, 60-mile-an-hour winds, not like a tornado, but it was just straight winds. And I had lost power for 25 hours, a full day, Wednesday afternoon at about
Rough.
5 o'clock. It was nasty wind. And
was it cold, or did it get down to any uncomfortably cold temperatures?
No, it was actually, even right now it's in the mid 60s, but no, it wasn't cold. It was, because it's July here, so it was even in the 80s. It was just extreme wind. Although actually, I heard that Michigan is the coldest place in the U.S. right now, so it's about 65 degrees. And we could talk about the science of weather, and it's interesting, but obviously Michigan has the Great Lakes. It's surrounded by the huge, largest bodies of water in North America, and it might have something to do with the temperature. It's unclear, whether it's climate change or the reason. But yeah, there has been strong winds. My parents' house a few weeks ago had trees knocked down. Thank God, they didn't damage fall in the house, but they had to pay tree services, big trees to come and haul them away, and probably gonna have more cut down. And I probably have to have a tree in my front yard at least trimmed or removed. I gotta figure out how to do that. It's complicated. I gotta have like estimates. It probably costs even thousands of dollars. It's a huge tree, but there were hundreds of trees knocked down, power lines, and like over 100,000 people in Metro Detroit lost power, and it took them over a day to get it back. It might be related to like the building collapse we talked a few weeks ago about how the reverse Flynn effect, or possibly incompetence, where we might see more disasters in terms of infrastructure, man-made inability to maintain the current state of infrastructure, and things like power outages and things like that. See Kyle Fan in the chat, anti-social contract.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. And
I have no idea what happened to Kyle. If Kyle Fan is actually connected to Kyle, or just a former Kyle Fan that also hasn't seen Kyle in a year. And Kyle came on Week in Review a number of times, and so unfortunately I had to postpone the talk with Lipton Matthews that was supposed to happen on Thursday, 10 in the morning. So we postponed it till next Thursday, 10 in the morning. And, so look forward to that. And Charles Moskowitz also postponed or just canceled this week because of the power outage. And I did get power back like 6 o'clock on Thursday. But, so Charles, we just canceled. We do it every week. So just figure we cancel. And, so that was unfortunate, but like it happens, and you have to, homeowner or the larger concerns why you have to be involved in society, and you see like power goes down. So that was something to deal with. Also, there's been a lot of flooding in this area. I have like I think they call them earwigs in my house, like not like an infestation, but like a regular flow of these bugs, and I think it's related to the water. My sump pump, I tried draining my sump pump, but it's just rain and rain and rain, and there's been actually mass flooding across Michigan. And so like yesterday I tried draining my sump pump like 6 times, probably drained a good 3 to 500 gallons of water from the sump pump down in my basement, and because the sump pump just pushes it outside, and then it gets pushed right back down on the side of the house and just keeps on going out. And now there's been more rain, and it's supposed to rain all week, and so it's a pain being a homeowner, but it's the price of being a homeowner, or dealing with it in Michigan. Supposedly there's like mass mosquitoes related to the flooding. Thank God, just having like earwigs that are relatively harmless, kind of an annoyance, but relatively harmless, probably related to the flooding. And also in Michigan, there was beaches closed, sewage backups. Multiple places in Michigan have declared state of emergencies from flooding. And so it's pretty serious like that. My background is civil engineering, although like I'm nowhere close to anybody anywhere near working for infrastructure. And so hopefully we'll talk about that a little bit more, and the importance of science and just clear communication about how things work, and how because society breaks down, like the Surfside of Florida building collapse, and and the power outages here, and flooding, and on all these issues, like how do you deal with it? And it's complicated. You just got to pay somebody, and then you got to bid out contracts. And how do you know who's a good, who knows what they're doing? So, we could talk about that a little bit more. Jennifer had her big debate on Monday. I think that went pretty well. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like she quite got her 1,000 subs, but she's slowly trickling up there. But it was relatively good debate performance, and I came on for an hour afterwards just so she'd be able to have a successful post stream. And then it looked like a new man came on, and so I went to sleep.
You saved me there. no way in hell I was going to be able to monologue that whole time. But the guy who came on after, we were able to have pretty lively dialogue, I thought. It's nice when someone who actually works in the industry is able to come on and like share what they know. And he was, I think he worked even in AI and machine learning, excuse me.
Yeah, he was pretty interesting, but it was like 1 o'clock and I was just tired, and I figured, like once he looked like he wasn't going to be a troll. So once he came on, even though you disagreed, he wasn't really a troll. So it was good conversation. It looked like Amy and the other host came on. So that was a pretty good show. It looks like it had 300 views. So if you didn't see that, you could check that out. And I was joking. I think Jennifer went like Depeche Mode. I was watching back, and she towards the end, she was like, called like Depeche Mode. She was like, all I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my that famous song. But
My
I thought
mom
that
does that. My mom will just burst into song, and I'm pretty bad at singing, but I can do it.
She
in
likes that
falsetto
Depeche Mode
for like
song.
20 seconds. I do know the song. Yeah, I like Depeche Mode.
Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. And so that Jennifer kind of like sounded like she was like, this is all I ever wanted. But because she had like people talking about consciousness and physics and science in a serious way. So I was happy for Jennifer that went well, and hopefully that'll be a sign of things to come, of productive streams. And then also Arjun from New Zealand, Theology Unleashed, reached out to me. I think Thursday actually, or Wednesday, and he was like, he wanted to do a talk about Kabbalah, and then he was like, he's like, right away. So we did it Friday, and he said it was going to be for an hour, and it went for 2 hours. It was actually very nice, interesting. He let me explain a bunch of things, and he had a reasonably good background. He's a follower of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, the Hare Krishna movement, initiated devotee, and so we talked comparative spiritual systems, and I laid out kind of the basics of Kabbalah, and so it went almost 2 hours. A nice conversation. I'll put the link to that in the chat, and so hopefully looks like his Theology Unleashed channel is going reasonably well, and he's been having regular debates, more discussions with various people, interfaith, religious issues. Hopefully I'll be back with Ben Watkins and again at some point, and we'll have a debate or conversation about the soul, where I'll be arguing that we do have a soul, and Ben Watkins will be arguing against it. So Ariel complimenting my singing. So I went today to the Hare Krishna Temple in Farmington Hills and Detroit. I really hadn't been there. The Farmington Hills, I hadn't been there really since last year, Janmastami, Krishna Janmastami, almost a year ago, and I just popped in a few minutes since COVID-19. And people are vaccinated, people were inside and chanting. It wasn't a huge crowd, but like I'm not vaccinated, and I'm skeptical that COVID-19 is over. We talk about that more. Israel is having possibly another uptick, and it appears to be possibly, God forbid, that people who were vaccinated over 6 months ago are susceptible again. Maybe Israel now is looking at a booster shot. Israel was one of the first places to get the vaccine. My father here, as a medical doctor, got the vaccine in January, and so that's 6 months, and he got it almost as early as some of the people in Israel. Like Israel was giving the shots out in December, January, and so there's uptick. The Delta strain, and there's a Delta Plus strain, and there's hundreds of cases a day in Israel again, and it's unclear what's going to happen. And here in Michigan, the Delta strain is here in Michigan too. There's been like over 50 cases. So it's the summer and it's warm, but people were inside, and social distancing is really difficult. Nicholas in the chat, Shalom, nice to see you again. Maureen, Nestor, thanks for joining, and Harry, and Harper Cates, and Mohammed. Good to see you again, Mohammed. And we could talk a little bit about whether, what's going to be the future with COVID-19, how secure are you if you're vaccinated, and even if you are vaccinated, like, should we still be doing social distancing? Here in Michigan, you see a handful of masks, but at this point now it's the minority of people wearing masks. Social distancing to some extent, like, it's not like, before COVID-19 when, people were just in your face coughing, and like, there was nothing you could do about it. But social distancing is dying away a little bit. And just going to the temple today, I served prasad. Like, I wore a mask. Like, the majority of people, like, when they were serving, were wearing masks, but you're really only like half the people wearing masks. Probably most of the people are vaccinated. But I'm skeptical. I think COVID-19 away so quickly, and just
I've
getting
noticed that
back.
like nobody does social distancing. Like I'm pretty. I probably already practiced social distancing to some extent prior to all this, because like I like a little bit of of a fair, like a cushion, I guess. And I notice people are really not abiding by it. Like, I'll stand there and people will just like come into my quote bubble. I'm not triggered about it or anything, but I notice it's not on anybody's mind to do this. The times I've gone out, like, people are just like, "Hey, how's it going?" and they come right up to you. So
I was at a natural proclivity to social distancing, but it's saying now that with the mass vaccination, people thinking that maybe it's over, and that's not my take on it. So, but I served prasad at both temples. I enjoyed doing it. I really enjoy serving prasad and making people happy, and the chanting was nice. I felt somewhat hesitant, like, I was wearing a mask, and I was somewhat hesitant to partake in the chanting because I'm still nervous about the virus. And but it was good to see, the temple was relatively back to normal and people were chanting. There's videos on their Facebook page. I didn't stream, but the temple itself had videos on both the ISKCON Farmington Hill and Detroit, and they had the head pujari from Detroit's niece is a famous kirtan leader, actually, like millions of views on social media. Guru Mani David Dasi, who lives in Vrindavan in India and travels around. So they did Michigan. So it was a big lively kirtan. And so I felt good to do my service and be a part of it. But I was a little hesitant and scared, mostly due to fear of COVID-19, and a little sad, I guess, that I somewhat hoped that maybe people would come back and would be a little bit better at social distance, and people are a little bit better at social distancing, but not as much as I think is needed to beat the virus. So I'm skeptical, and I think we are going to see another round. The summer will probably be minor, just because the warm weather, being outside, and even just people not wanting to do things outside. Like my local synagogue, they didn't want to have outdoor minyan anymore because the air conditioning. They want air conditioning, and it was raining, and the little discomfort. But like the HIMSA principle that it's safer outside, and but I think your average person, they really just want to get back to normal. They don't want to be discomforted, or they don't want this to go on and on. And unfortunately, I do think it is going to go on and on. But we'll just have to wait and see. And I'm libertarian, so people could make their own decisions. Were you able to play that video I sent you?
I don't have it loaded. Are you concerned at all about the copyright thing? So I'm just thinking of the last time we played the
No,
video.
it's my channel. It's from my channel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was so rushed to get the stream started. Sorry, because my message for some reason did not go through to you for like hours. And then when it did, I had already gone off for a while. Sorry. I'll pull it up, and you could just talk for a minute. And just
okay. This is a Hare Krishna chant, and this these devotees from India, Vrindavan, they were doing this tune a little bit, and you'll hear me on the video. I could chant it. It's kind of like a slow chant that gets quicker at just a two-part chant. In the video that I sent to Jennifer, It's like 10 minutes, and it goes like the first 8 minutes is 9 minutes is the slow part, and then the very end gets to the quicker part. So I just told her to start at like 7 minutes and 45 seconds. This is actually from a Shivaratri celebration, but it was just a tune that they were chanting in the temple today, and I didn't think I'd done this one. So rather than chant it, I thought I would have Jennifer just play the video. I think they had this big supposed rally to fight anti-Semitism in Washington D.C., and I think it was relatively a big no-show. Like maybe a few politicians showed up, and I'm not a big fan of, like, so to say, fighting anti-Semitism. Like, I know talking to people I'm more into, or free speech. So these are kind of the official Jewish organizations that are tried to make this big rally in Washington, and according to the papers, only hundreds of people showed up. I actually, when I had been in working in New York in like 2005 or something like that, there was a big rally for Israel in Washington D.C., and me and the people that I worked with, I was day trading, went and drove to Washington D.C. I actually drove a car and a few people to Washington D.C. for the rally, and a few 100,000 people showed up, and that was, I forget if it was post 9/11, like a war in Iraq or something like that. It was a more serious concern about the situation in Israel, and actually a few 100,000 people showed up. So this one today, which was kind of like this new wave of violence against Jews, or whatever, only a few hundred people showed up. And my kind of skepticism of these organizations that fight anti-Semitism. So you see, like, they don't really have any followers. So I wasn't surprised that was a no-show, and even just hundreds of people, that that's got to be a big nothing. But so Jennifer played a little bit of this Hare Krishna mantra, and set a good tone for Week in Review.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. It's just having a bit of trouble loading, so it might just be another couple minutes before it actually
So I could.
Sorry about that. It's this is not preloaded. I'm sorry. The one thing I didn't do. But
no
almost
problem.
ready.
And I chant a little bit of it till it gets ready. It's just a 2-part tune. A slow part, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So it's kind of just like a simple dissonance resolution, like a slow, in Hebrew they call it like Dveikus, attachment part, that has like the little bit of a dissonance build up, like the hero's journey going through the struggle, like some sort of tribulation that you could tell from the tune that a person's in tribulation, and like the long call to God, and then the resolution to a quicker part. And but it's it's a nice tune, and it makes for good congregational chanting, because it's relatively easy to sing, and you could carry the slow part, like everyone would chant together. And so in the video, we did for like 10 minutes the slow part before the resolution of the quick part. And this is on Shivaratri festival, and people are actually lined up offering flowers to a Shiva lingam in the temple as we're chanting. So I'll let Jennifer play a little of the video. Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
I think that just about wraps it up there.
Rama,
Yeah, great throw piece. Yeah, I like chanting quite a bit. And I thought hesitant to chant just because of COVID-19 outside. Maybe, but honestly, I'm scared of the virus. And I'm scared that it's going to come back, and so it made me hesitant to chant, and it's unfortunate. And unfortunately, I had kind of a bad omen, a feel of like bad karma that. Unfortunately, I feel that probably bad things are ahead of us. Not only the virus may be returning, but like the breakdown of society, possibly increased violence and crime, and like I said, the flooding, the power outages here in Metro Detroit, and like the building collapse, and honestly, I don't see us pulling ourselves together. I think it's going to get worse. Although hopefully, probably Tuesday, the phone convention is back. So conventions, IRL conventions are back, and so Monday to Wednesday is the foam convention in Metro Detroit. For very exciting, this important stuff about adhesives and bonding expo. The things that keep a society functioning is adhesives and bonding, and people like Doooovid and Jennifer who break our heads trying to understand like material sciences in order to make better engineering products in foam, the importance of it. So hopefully I'll do a little IRL streaming on Tuesday at the foam show, and but like I'm still scared. I mean, scared's not the right word. I don't think I really suffer fear like that, but I'm skeptical that that probably I just have a feeling that bad things are coming, and it's unfortunate, but it's what it seems like. But not to dire doom and gloom, because at least I have week in review. Like Jennifer, like all that, get a little crew together of people to share ideas, and like I always said, even if you're constantly on the battlefield, using our spare time to think about these important ideas, and say, even if there is bad things immediately ahead, even for the next few years, that hopefully it's not permanently going to be bad, and at some point we're not going to be on the battlefield, constantly, and there will be something better coming. But so let me hand it to Jennifer to her week in review. She, definitely had her big debate. I'm not sure anything else that you wanted to fill us in on.
Yeah, the debate was the highlight. Hope people got a chance to see it. I haven't heard too much feedback about it, except my mom said she didn't really understand what we were discussing, which is, I guess it's kind of good and bad that it got so technical. I mean, yeah, it's maybe it's slightly esoteric as just a subject in general, and I was really working hard not to get it in the weeds, so it was a little weedy because we did talk about a fair bit of physics, but could have been worse. So I think
it's a pretty
overall,
technical debate, saying like if it's like consciousness or the soul, everyone has an opinion about that because we all experience consciousness, even if you're using very technical language. However, the Big Bang, it's pretty complicated, and especially the science in terms of the evidence for it, it requires quite a bit of physics, and even your opponent who didn't have that strong of a background in physics. So, so I could see that, really not being much insight to a person who never thought much about it or has no background in physics.
yeah, well, it's one of the things in physics that are maybe known a little bit more. At least, I think most people have heard of the Big Bang, but I don't think that they necessarily understand it or whatever, right? Like, you can't really understand something that doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't really make any sense unless you invoke this like supernatural creator entity who made it happen. And that sort of, wallpapers over the gaps. So that was more or less the argument, was that it was like a residual Christian belief rather than an actually scientifically deduced hypothesis. We got into some really interesting side topics, though. And overall, I think we both made our points. And I also went back on the Amy Newman channel to discuss, well, the topic was whether Jesus went to America. And it eventually turned into talking about how do we know things and what is the definition of a superstition and whether we can know
Just to break in,
reality
we're getting
or
a little
not.
hissing in the background. I'm not sure if it's something, but there's a little hissing in the background as you're talking.
Is it still there? As far
Yep.
as I know, I've got my headset on, but I mean, my computer is making a little bit of noise. I thought I was talking in my headset. Let me see here. Am I any louder now? Is the hissing any better?
No, it's the same. I mean, you're intelligible. I'm not sure if people in the chat agree with me. Is there a tiny bit of hissing in the background? Yeah, it's
I
still
just
there.
tried rejoining there. I'll check my audio settings to make sure that it's the right one that I'm using. Is that any better or worse? Because sometimes it decides to pick up the audio from the computer instead of from my headset. Is this any better? Hello?
Can't tell. So we just notice if so you keep on going. I didn't mean to interrupt, but like
What about now? Is it any better now?
It might be a little.
I think it's just that for whatever reason my headset audio is not working. I'll try to re-plug it in. But let's see here.
Now I think it's gone.
All right. That is awesome. Thanks for letting me
Now
know.
it's gone.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
so we started talking about whether people believe things that are true and what's the difference between a superstition and a belief, and to what extent can we understand reality and these sort of metaphysical questions, which I thought was really awesome. And people were like eager to engage in the subjects, which I thought was very encouraging. So a lot of interesting people, and I hope going forward it can be more of like a debate-centered culture, but also a good vibes, it's okay to disagree type thing. So that's basically what I've been up to. And I also talked to a guy who has a channel. I think it's called Thad Roberts. Could be wrong. I'll get the link though. And he's got a theory of everything where it's deriving physical constants from a mathematical topological construct known as the figure eight knot. And I talked to him on a one-on-one, and he sent me his draft of his newest book, which I read. I didn't really understand the whole thing because I didn't really have much experience with topology. I took one class in it, and I didn't do very well because they changed the curriculum in my school because the French students did some sort of protest to insist that because it's like, it builds, Ottawa bills itself as a bilingual school, but they were only offering certain physics classes in English. So there's this big protest. And then they changed it so that they'd run the one class every year, but in alternating languages. And I didn't really feel like taking the French one, or I can't remember how it all worked out, but I ended up having to take a prerequisite for topology after I took topology, which was analysis. So I had no clue how to do topology, and I didn't really understand it, and the prof wasn't super helpful. Like, I remember going to his office hours once and demanding that he do a question because I was really insulted because he's like, oh, it's a really easy question. I'm like, okay, since it's so easy, you do it right now. Do it in front of me. Like, I wasn't angry or anything, but I am now looking back. He literally couldn't do it. So I'm still on the fence as to whether this is even a thing or just, some more math magic. But I'm open to the possibility that this is a possibly potentially good explanation of, or one good explanation of how the so-called fundamental particles arise, coming out of a numerical construct, essentially. So he sent me his work, and it's got a lot of interesting diagrams in it. So I sent him some feedback, and hopefully I'll understand it better in the future, and we can potentially work together on a collaboration. I was thinking it would be worthwhile for him to write a physics textbook because he was going for his PhD, but they wouldn't basically give it to him because I guess his work didn't match up enough with what they were expecting, and sort of off doing his own thing. But he's got a lot of opinions about physics and certain aspects that aren't covered so much. So I thought it would be cool to do a textbook that actually covered the subjects he thought were relevant, because it is pretty dense. Like, probably most people watching the show haven't any exposure to topology, but it's pretty counterintuitive. Like, I could never quite get my head around the idea that a set could be open and closed at the same time, and seemed to be some sort of interference going on with regards to assimilating the definitions. But I'm willing to learn. Yeah, there's more hissing because there's a boiler on behind me. I'll mute for a minute.
Okay, I had a little water in the background too, also, but that's fine. The hissing that was some sort of error is gone now. Yeah, I think we talked a few weeks ago or a few months ago about the 7 bridges of Koenigsberg. Euler's first proof of which is in theory the creation of topology, where Euler proved conclusively that it isn't possible to cross all 7 bridges of Koenigsberg with only crossing each one twice. If you wanted to bring up a diagram of that, I took like the last course, like the one that like definitely pounded in that I was not going to be able to get a degree in physics from University of Michigan, advanced mathematical methods for engineers, which is like a 400 level mathematics course. And the stuff like the Fourier transform, like, it was okay. I took it pass fail. So like if it was just like Fourier transform, but then there's like the Riemann what is the Riemann? I've just lost. The Riemann surfaces and complex analysis, and then conformal mapping, which is really an awesome thing. And like I really like the idea of conformal mapping, where you basically to solve differential equations, where you have surfaces that don't necessarily make geometric sense. So like Euclidean geometries that make sense in a simple geometric way, as opposed to the solutions to differential equations that you might be able to make a vector map that would somewhat be logical with like arrows. And we've talked about what I've talked about in terms of predator prey models, or a lot of what I talk about that in reality they would be differential equations and the solutions would be vector maps, and you would have like these sinks and sources and a lot of things for like consciousness and free will. I've mentioned that likely be these type things where you would have a contour map of a solution to a differential equation that would have sinks and sources, and that would somewhat be kind of like free will, or for things like group conflict in terms of a predator prey model for competitive group strategy. And then even more complicated, like this conformal mapping, where in order to solve these differential equations, you have to convert them to the imaginary plane, and then you solve them in the imaginary plane, and then you convert them back to the regular plane. And so it's really a brilliant idea. And mathematically, there's certain techniques of how you convert things to imaginary plane. And then like the Riemann surfaces, where you have like a circle. I think it's on some sort of spherical coordinate system, where you basically have a 1 unit diameter circle at the origin, and then everything could be mapped from a dimension on this unit circle at the origin. I think that's the Riemann surface. Does that sound familiar to you?
No, I didn't go this far into that stuff.
Yeah, so that's extremely powerful techniques, and that's why I said that's what I determined, at least at a caliber school like University of Michigan. I was not going to be able to handle the mathematical rigors of a degree in physics like that, and or even advanced engineering. When I was in civil engineering, the one professor used to joke, like, because they had a little bit of math, not much calculus, but saying that even in civil engineering, like you knew everyone in civil engineering ended up in civil engineering because we couldn't handle the math. And basically, all forms of all engineering is basically differential equations, and even civil engineering to a certain extent is really differential equations,
which is really just numerical methods, right?
Well, if you're talking topology on the higher level.
No, that's not numerical methods. Sorry, I'm talking about engineering, because like diff equations are basically all solved by numerical methods, right? And computers. But yeah, topology is theoretical. Like one of the constructs has to do with starting with a tetrahedron and then connecting everything together. So basically nullifying the sides of the tetrahedron, but maintaining the basic connectedness of it. It's all quite abstract. But yeah, when you talk about Riemann surfaces, like I don't know, I imagine it's like I don't have that memorized. I have the basic techniques of calculus memorized, though. I think that's usually where people struggle, is the applied calculus part. Because like even in medicine, like they are pretty unaware of how calculus works, because somebody like quote unquote invented a method that was identical to calculus but way worse, because it just involved decomposition into a very small number of polygons, and he actually published it as like a novel research technique, and a bunch of other doctors were praising it. So these doctors couldn't recognize that this guy basically like did a crappy version of calculus. So it's actually a bit mind-boggling, but yeah, this seems to be the bottleneck for most people, is the calculus. But then at some point, maybe the analysis sort of takes on a life of its own and becomes the most difficult thing. Like, I guess you never got to anything like epsilon delta, proving convergence of series Cauchy series, Taylor series, Maclaurin series, stuff like that. I guess you never did anything like that because that doesn't have that many applications.
What's I mentioned? Like I took, through the 4 semesters of calculus through differential equations, and I did relatively good. At maybe I only got a B in DiffyQ, but University of Michigan is a competitive school, so even get a B in differential equation. I could have went forward in engineering, and then I took some upper level physics. I took through 300 level physics courses, and even start taking 400 level physics courses, and then there was like the Hamiltonians that really got me. Like I took advanced mechanics, and it was the Hamiltonians that were just a little bit too much for me on the calculative level, and like even I remember it was like pass fail test, the final exam, and it was like it was relatively something simple, like I remember the question. It was a pendulum attached to another pendulum, and it was like to make the equation of the pendulum attached to the pendulum. And I was like stuck. I was like, it should be easy. And when I saw the solution, it was relatively easy, and I couldn't do it. And even though I studied and I worked and I went to all the office hours, and it was very difficult. And then you have to make the coordinate system and design like the nature, and we talk more about it, and why it was so difficult for me to even just the Hamiltonians of the Lagrangians and the Hamiltonians for advanced mechanics. But then there was another course that was an overview. It was I have the textbook even behind me on my shelf, advanced methods for engineering, and it did include things like Taylor and Fourier transforms, and I was relatively okay with the Fourier transforms. I wasn't great at it, but the Fourier so Taylor series and these advanced mathematical methods to something very complicated like conformal mapping, and in this very Riemann surface and the Riemann sphere, and it's basically saying that any surface could be projected from a sphere. And so Riemann was already, he passed away in like the 1860s, and so he's a theoretical mathematician. And anyone who studied mathematics is probably familiar with Riemann for various things. But for certain permutation calculation reasons, it's called the Riemann sphere. I'm not sure if that's what Jennifer has up there, but the
Do you want me to bring it back up?
No, it's not necessary. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can if you want, but the Riemann sphere is in the imaginary plane, and so you have a sphere from 0, and basically any surface could be mapped as a projection of the sphere. That like even so it's used for things like string theory of physics, and even if we got more into like the projected the universe as a projection or a hologram, that it might be something like the Riemann sphere, where you would have this sphere where any surface could be mathematically reduced to a projection from the sphere. And so these are pretty complicated mathematical techniques. So just like Taylor series for an estimation method, so a lot of differential equations, you could use things like Taylor series and estimation methods, but they're really not powerful enough to solve the type problems in engineering. So you need really techniques like conformal mapping, and it's pretty fascinating that whatever reason to transfer that, like a Fourier transform is really similar, where you're transforming something to the imaginary plane, and then you work with it in the imaginary plane because it's simpler, and then you could transform it back. And so there's multiple similar methods to a Fourier transform. I mentioned Fourier is probably one of the most important scientists, mathematicians, because it's used in signals and data compression. So what we're doing right now, just talking and having a signal bounced over the world, is a Fourier transform, and like all music and sound basically uses these Fourier transforms. So I think the Riemann sphere and conformal mapping are actually more complicated than the Fourier transform, but they're similar in a method that's the same idea as the Fourier transform, where you're taking a signal, a complex signal, and you're transferring it to the imaginary plane, imaginary realm, and then you work with it in the imaginary realm mathematically. And then once you've done what you needed to do for calculative purposes, you could transform it back to the real numerical system. And for differential equations that are largely unsolvable, that you're not actually going to be able to solve most differential equations. So in engineering, like if you take diffie-q in for the fourth semester of calculus in university, they give you problems that could be solved where all the signs cancel out in the end, and you have like your sine squared plus cosine squared that equals 1, and so they give you questions that actually have solutions. But like in actual engineering, very rarely do you actually get diffie-q that are solvable. So you need estimation methods, and so conformal mapping in most of these methods are actually some sort of conversion to the imaginary realm, and then converting it back to the real realm to get an answer. So I don't know if that sounds familiar or making sense
You
to you.
have to use I to do a Fourier transform, but Fourier transforms are from the time to the frequency domain. So there's an example I've got up on the screen right now of basically adding a time varying signal to a static signal. So the yellow one, I guess, would be static, and the blue one is moving through it. So that is, it says a time delay, I think. Time shifted signal. So the argument is basically that the computation is simpler on the bottom because you're just dealing with 3 one-dimensional almost surfaces or entities. So it's like 3 lines of equal length rotating around a bar. So that's right here. I'm going to zoom in a bit. So along the axis of, I guess this is R, and it looks like a J, but basically it's simpler to understand the components of a signal. So most signals have wave-like attributes because the universe is quantum mechanical, and what quantum mechanical systems do is exhibit wave-like properties. So the Fourier transform is powerful because you're going from the original shape to the same information, but expressed in a way that's much easier for us to digest, because we're just saying, oh, okay, well, what's really happening is more in line with the projection of this rotating thing on the plane at the back here. So if you look at the back on the right-hand side, you see that there's 3 lines essentially that are growing up and then shrinking down back to the axis and then going negative. So the information is much more palatable to us in the frequency domain. And as it turns out, calculations are a lot easier in the frequency domain as well, because you can add up various things with the same frequency, because you could do that with waveforms, and you can't do it when you're just looking at the time domain. So it's really a question of what information you're getting. But yeah, you have to use I to do a Fourier transform because it has to do with, I'm not sure what this one's called. It's like e to the I theta is sine theta plus I cos theta. Is that Euler's identity? I can double check.
Yeah, that's Euler's famous equation. I think the point here is Fourier transforms are with waves, and basically for 2-dimensional waves. That's why they're so used for sound, and sound generally is 2-dimensional, and that's why I was relatively successful as a student, even with Fourier transforms and things, even like optics and things like that, because it's relatively a two-dimensional wave. But for engineering, you need three-dimensional spaces and three-dimensional geometries, and Fourier transforms are basically used for 2 dimensions, not 3 dimensions. And for 3 dimensions, you need to come on to conformal mapping. And, so the Riemann sphere is similar in this, similar to a Fourier transform, but it's, for 3-dimensional shapes. And the concept of the Fourier transform is similar to the Riemann sphere, where somehow any shape could be looked at as a projection off of points on a sphere. And so even to abnormal shapes, like the most shapes that are the solutions to differential equations are going to be abnormal. And then if you could transform it to a projection off of a Riemann sphere, and the Riemann sphere is spherical in the imaginary realm, then it's more solvable. And so if you finish your third semester of calculus, you usually finish it with Maxwell's equations, and you'll have I think the Poisson and the Laplace operator and the Poisson operator, and that's those little upside down triangles with a square sign that put in the chat here, the Laplace equation. And then the Laplace equation, there's another thing called the Poisson equation. And if Jennifer remembers this, so you already see this in third semester calculus, and it's used for the Maxwell's equations. But you deal with it at such a small level, just to learn about it in third semester calculus, to where you get to like senior level engineering mathematics, where you actually have to start solving practical equations and practical engineering feats. And then the equations aren't so nice and friendly, and in order to solve them, you need to come on to special techniques, like saying the Fourier transform is kind of just like a mathematical technique that allows you to do something that might be considered undoable. And so for three-dimensional differential equations that are largely unsolvable, it's these advanced mathematical techniques that are similar to Fourier transform, but three-dimensionally, that allow you to produce answers. Similar to, so even what I mentioned, the Lagrangian and Hamiltonians. So, without, which is much simpler. So like Doooovid got tapped out without even coming on to like Riemann spheres and conformal mapping. I just took a course on advanced mathematical methods for engineers. But like that was just a survey of these advanced mathematical methods. But just like advanced mechanics, where something like just a pendulum or like a spaceship or a curveball, simple mechanical devices, trying to put them into an equation where you have Lagrangians and Hamiltonians. Like I got tapped out on that, let alone the more complicated things where you would need to come on to conformal mapping in the Riemann sphere.
Yeah. What was it? Just well, do you know what the issue was, or just didn't click?
But I don't know if you could do it right now. It's just like set up the equation. I mean, I remember this was in University of Michigan physics, like 401, or I think it was 401 senior level advanced mechanics, and basically it's a replay of classical mechanics, but with higher level mathematics and differential equations and chaos theory and perturbations and simple, relatively simple things. Like if you're looking at projectile, like in basic mechanics, where you like a projectile, but if you wanted to set up like something like a curveball, and I mentioned, what would be the equation for a pendulum that at the bottom of the pendulum has another pendulum attached to it. And so that was like my final exam question, and like I struggled. I just like froze on it. And then like when I got it back, I saw the answer. I was like, crap, like I can't believe I couldn't figure that out. It wasn't even that complicated. And then even the simple questions like at the higher level where you have to create your own coordinate system. So I guess the main thing of the Hamiltonian, the Lagrangian, is you have to look at the equation, look at the problem, and decide how you're going to use your coordinate system. And then you have questions like the center of mass, and also things like perturbation, where you have like a planetary motion. So even simple things like the equations of planetary motion. And I'd have to look at my textbook. I haven't really struggled with the mathematics of this, and I kind of like gave up after I just got like I just took it pass fail both of those courses, and I just got a pass, and it probably would have been even in the low C range, like borderline pass on those courses. So like I even forget offhand like what were the type questions, but they weren't super complicated. You're just classical mechanics questions set up with like a Lagrangian, just like throwing a curveball, or like a simple like you're rolling a marble or something like that. And the question you can't really answer with regular mechanics, like a projectile. When you take basic physics and you have like a projectile, and you might have like a little bit of permutation on the equation for projectile motion, but in freshman physics, when you do a projectile question, it's kind of just assumed that you have like a dot object that has a mass, and so you don't really deal with the object as is. You just have an object that largely you deal with as a point. And so even complicated questions at a good school in undergraduate physics, where you have like inclines and in friction and pulleys, but you could always look at the object just as a single point. And so when you get to upper level 400 level mechanics, then you have to take into account the object not as a single point. It has a center of mass, and so the equations come out differently, and you have to develop a coordinate system. So if you're looking, like a freshman physics, if you have a block that's on an incline and it's going down the incline, and you just look at it like a dot that has a mass, as opposed to in reality where you have an object that has a center of mass, and then you might have factors like torque, and then you have to have the Hamiltonian and the Lagrangian in order to like set up the coordinate system, because you can't use a simple coordinate system that would just have your object as a single point. You need to develop a whole coordinate system in order to take into account that you have an object that has a center of mass, and then the center of mass might change, and that's why I guess you have perturbation theory or something like a curveball, or even a simple thing like a pulley system, where the center of mass in a larger object might vary. And unfortunately, even so like I got tapped out by the Lagrangians and Hamiltonians, which are relatively simple compared to as I mentioned, conformal mapping in Riemann spheres, where you're talking about topology, where you would have a solution to something that would be some sort of odd topography, odd geometry, that would be like a vector map, and then you would need some sort of mathematical method in order to understand the solution to your equation, because the solution to your equation would be just some sort of ununderstandable geometry in terms of a vector map, because at higher level physics, or basically the solutions to all questions are vector maps.
Not sure if they're vector maps per se. Maybe, are you saying they're like a tensor kind of thing? That they all have a tensor representation? like a more generalized form of a matrix type thing? Because that's what it seemed like to me. Like a lot of it was just converging towards matrix manipulation for a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
mean,
courses.
yeah, it's all matrices because you have to have a center of mass. So when you have basic freshman physics, you just assume that your objects are like a point. So if it's like, projectile or an object on a pulley or an incline, you deal with it in the mathematics as it's just a single point, as opposed to in reality, it is not a point. It has but the center of mass might vary or might be perturbated during the movement, and therefore you have to solve it in terms of a matrix. And I guess that's what the Hamiltonian and Lagrangians are for, instead of solving, because you can't solve. It's the same equations of classical physics, but when you can't solve it for a point and you have to solve it for the matrix that represents its geometry, it's a more complicated form of mathematics.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it
And so as I
doesn't take
mentioned, I
long.
got tapped out at that, where you're saying like, yeah, you have to, if you have, when you're doing your freshman physics and you have a box that weighs like 30 kilograms and it's on incline, and it might even have a 9x3x3 matrix, or some of them may be 2x2 matrix. And so when you solve the the equation, it's not as simple, because you have to solve the equation in matrix form, and that's why you need the Hamiltonian and Lagrangians in order to, which is basically the mathematical method that allows you to solve physics in matrix form.
Yeah, exactly. Because even what was it, one you were just talking about? Not the Lagrangian, but the other one. I think I loaded it up.
The Hamiltonian.
Oh yeah, well, I was thinking of Poisson's equation. That's what you referenced, right? The double del.
Well, all these guys, interesting, were hundreds of years ago, or at least 150 years ago. So I mentioned the Poisson's equation, the Laplace equation, you see in Maxwell's equations. And so usually if you take calculus 3, that's like the end, the last thing you learn is Maxwell's equation. You see the Poisson, the upside down triangle with a square, which I think are used in Maxwell's equations. But those are more for electricity and magnetism, and so just and are actually more complicated than Hamiltonians and Lagrangians. So Hamiltonians and Lagrangians, I think, are more simple for classical mechanics, as opposed to the Laplace and Poisson, which are more for electricity and magnetism. And I have to look at said like even relatively Fourier transforms are more simple, that you just use for waves or sound. And our ear is like, for example, we've talked about this on Week in Review before. I covered it on my public study session, that the ear is a mechanical device that actually performs a Fourier transform. That the ear in the the conical section where it's like a funnel, and so the ear basically mechanically forms a Fourier transform, and will break complicated sound signals into the various composition of wavelengths, and then the mind that's able to our brain is able to decipher sound through this mechanical device that performs the Fourier transform. But so actually, electricity and magnetism, the Maxwell's equations, you can have a simplified form, but those are actually quite complicated if you actually wanted to solve them. And I forget all the math, like for material sciences or chemical engineering, or the various things that you would need them, and what even conformal mapping is used not for quite a few different fields. But saying when you get to higher level engineering, it's basically all these advanced mathematical techniques, because in real life you can't solve simple equations. Like you can't solve simple problems, even mathematically, like the 3-body gravitational problem that technically is unsolvable. Just have 3, like the Earth, Sun, and Moon, when you have three different bodies with gravitational force upon each other, that you can't solve those. You could only estimate it. And so you could use like Lagrangians or Hamiltonians to solve simple things like just like two-dimensional, two gravitational objects, or trying to work with three-dimensional objects. Just like rolling a marble. So if you thought like how complicated is it to use the equations of rolling a marble and saying, well, the marble has three dimensions, and you're going to need to use some sort of method like Lagrangians or Hamiltonians in order to work with the matrix of the three-dimensional space, let alone something more complicated that would require conformal mapping or something like that. So I wasn't thinking to talk about this tonight, and like thank God we got Jennifer here who did successfully complete her degree in physics and mathematics. But like even offhand, like could Jennifer like whip out a Lagrangian and like even for something simple like the equation of a pendulum attached to another pendulum, or even what happens if a marble rolls down an incline? How would you actually solve that in terms of equation form?
Well, it's just a matter of labeling everything algebraically and then figuring out how many unknowns there are, and then reducing the number of unknowns based on system parameters, right? So the period of the second pendulum is dependent on the period of the first, namely the extent to which it deviates its vertical position, right? Because you start by imagining the lower one in a vacuum. And what's it doing? Well, it's moving. I mean, I'm assuming the system didn't have any friction. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I mean, this was the final exam question in my 400 level physics course.
Let's just say there's no friction. It's a perfect
the main
oscillator.
problem that I couldn't do was setting up the proper coordinate system for how to look at it. Like, what is 0, 0? In terms like
0, 0 would be the top of the higher pendulum. You wouldn't have a 0, 0 per se. Like you'd measure the lengths relative to the direction that made the most sense, right? Like the more important thing than the center is how you label your unknowns, right? Because you can end up with 3 unknowns versus 2 unknowns when you break down the vertical dimensions. So my guess is that people get lost on this question because they broke the vertical dimension into too many unknowns, which results in a situation where you had more unknowns than equations, which is usually why people can't solve them when they actually get past the original bit at the beginning of understanding how to parameterize it. But yeah, you start by imagining the lower one in a vacuum and understand that its position is a function.
Are you going to use normal coordinate systems? Are you going to use spherical coordinate systems? Or
I'm not even going to use a coordinate system. I'm not going to put a Cartesian axis. I would never use a Cartesian axis.
The point was to write the equation for it, and I think the solution was actually like if it was there's spherical, and then there's Cartesian. There's like the intermediary where it's where it's not. I have to look at it, but I mean the solution was in some sort of spherical coordinate, and so like no, I mean you do have to decide, if you're going to have like a sine of theta, or if you're going to have an XYZ coordinate system, and you could probably solve the equation either way. That there would be a solution in an XYZ coordinate system, but the solution is much easier in a spherical coordinate system. But if you have a spherical coordinate system, how do you describe the pendulum attached to the other pendulum? And that's where I just got tapped out on that. I just couldn't, like even thinking back in my head right now, that like one pendulum in spherical coordinates is just very simple, but how do you attach the second pendulum in spherical coordinates? And then if you try to make a pendulum in a Cartesian coordinate system, the equations are much more complicated.
Yeah, so I've got a diagram that I started, so I'll just screen share it, and let's see if I can do that. And you can tell me if the diagram looked anything like this. But yeah, it has been a while since I've done actual problems, so I might not be able to. I might be a little rusty. There's certain class of problems that I definitely be able to do no matter what, because it's like riding a bicycle. But yeah, these more obscure ones, maybe not. I'll just screen share my paint diagram here. I just find it. Here we go. I don't know if you can see this, but this is how I would start. Like you've got the one pendulum here and it moves like this. It's not a very good drawing, is it? And then you have a second pendulum where it's on the edge like this.
Yes,
Is it
I'm
kind of like this?
prepared, but like the equation for a pendulum in spherical coordinates is extremely simple. What's the where there's spherical coordinate and then there's like the half where you have a theta and
Polar
a y
coordinates.
polar, spherical, and I forget if it's polar or spherical, but
I think there's a different name for polar coordinates in 3D. Cylindrical coordinates. Something like that.
yes, yeah, so the equation for I think either polar or cylindrical coordinate system for a pendulum is like extremely simple. It's just like sine theta or something. That's like all it is, the equation. The equation for a pendulum in Cartesian coordinates is a little bit more complicated. And then, the problem for a pendulum attached to a pendulum, that if you're doing it in the simplified polar coordinate system, how do you describe the location of the second pendulum? I even forget the answer, but I remember like it was this was like the main question on my final exam, and like I prepared for it. Like I knew there was going to be a pendulum question, and it was like a pendulum attached to a pendulum, and it just broke my head. And like thank God, like my professor passed me, and like I took it pass fail, but I was like, like that was the last physics course I took at University of Michigan. And then like later I tried that advanced mathematical methods, and we got Aiken Drum here. I don't know if he knows conformal mapping, but like I got tapped out on conformal mapping. It was one of the most awesome techniques I'd ever thought of in like the Riemann sphere. But like I just got tapped out. I couldn't do the calculations. Like I understood theoretically what was going on. I understood a little bit, but like even like simple questions like a pendulum attached to a pendulum, I just couldn't do it. I couldn't produce the answer in whatever the conformal mapping. I don't even remember the type questions that we had, or like the type shapes that we would need. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do the calculations. It was unfortunate. It was really even quite humbling.
Well, that's a good way to put a positive spin on it there. So yeah, I've got, did you manage to see the diagram that I have up, that I'm making right now?
It looks like you took it down. Like you had it up for a while.
No, I put it back up, but I was trying to like get it so we could see both.
You can take me off. You don't need to see me. So yeah, I see your diagram.
Yeah, so basically it would be something like, I'll just shrink this down a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But it's saying like, if you want an equation like a y equals or a z, XYZ equation that that describes this pendulum, what is it? And then if you're going to use like spherical or polar coordinates, what's the equation for that? And so it's relatively something simple.
Right.
And saying like that's the diagram, that was the question, and it was just like, what's the equation for it?
Can you rephrase? Can you tell me the question one more time? What are they asking? The height of the second one?
The question was to write the equation that describes the movement of the system.
Okay, cool. So you have to figure out, it's always relative to the initial conditions, right? So what the initial conditions do is they give you gravity as well as energy. because energy is a function of gravity, right? Because the assumption is, unless that it's part of the initial conditions, that someone threw the ball, which is unlikely, it probably just dropped, and it began its oscillation after it was dropped from a higher height. Therefore, it received its impulse from gravity. So you have whatever its initial energy is, and then you presume that the system maintains that same amount of energy. It just changes form as it's going. So once it's at either extreme, so I've labeled it as theta 1 L1 and theta 2 L2. So these are just like the knowns. And the connection is that when you're at the apex, like when you, because basically this thing could go all the way down to here. When you're at the highest point, that means that it's all what you call gravitational potential energy. And then when you get to the bottom, it's all in kinetic energy, but there's a conservation of energy. So it's all kinetic here. And they usually call kinetic energy, I think it's a K.
There's a Wikipedia page that actually has the solution here in you know, like a diagram, and you know, technology. It was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago that I took this course. So, you know, technology is better. I think they even had a computer simulation that now is just on Wikipedia showing it. And Wikipedia even has the Lagrangian form of the solution here. If, you know, I'll let Jennifer, you continue your diagram, but I put the link in the Wikipedia also. You could pop that up.
I was just going to say, like, the connection here is through triangles. So you just build this triangle like this. So this would be a right angle. And then I think you have another triangle that connects these 2 points here. So the key is to make your equations of motion depend on as few variables as possible and to find the connections between these variables, right? Like this length here is L1 cosine theta 1. You see what I mean? Doovid?
Yeah, I'm following.
So I've got two lengths here, right? That if this is 0, right? If I make this 0, then the position x of t is the sum of these vectors, right? And these vectors are determined by theta. And theta, well, how do we determine theta? Well, that varies with time. So we have to find theta of t. And then you put them together to get x of t. And there are several equations of motion that you can just put together, but the idea is that you want to get this point right here, right? The x coordinate as a function of time, like where is the thing going to be as it oscillates? The bottom one, right? That was the question. So I'm not going to go through the whole solution right now because I may have to try a couple of different approaches before I actually get it right. And I don't want to bore anyone, but yeah, I think I could probably plod through that, but I don't know if I would get the like top shelf answer that they had on your on the solution, because you know there's probably more than one acceptable solution given that there's more than one coordinate system, but one of them will be the most parsimonious, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, I drew out a diagram and I get enough partial credit to pass the course. You could show the Wikipedia now, and you could see their your solution, and they actually use the Lagrangian, like I was talking about. And I forget like when you use the Hamiltonian and what the difference even the Lagrangian, the Hamiltonian, and why for this would be the Lagrangian, not the Hamiltonian. But Wikipedia even has the solution to this in a nice little map of because it makes neat patterns of a trace out that what happens to a pendulum attached to a pendulum, of like a trace out of what it looks like if it moved around like that. And I think we even did like an experiment in class that where it was, I knew the question was coming, even like we knew we were gonna have a pendulum question, and we even done like the pendulum attached to the pendulum, and so when the final exam came, it was the pendulum attached to a pendulum. That was like something we had done in class, and I just still like couldn't do it. Like it said, like, I mean, I tapped out as at that point my desire had been to get a degree in physics, And so after that course that I had to take pass fail, and like I hardly passed, that was the end of my physics, and then I ended up just doing a degree in general studies.
Maybe you just need the multiple variables hypothesis. Seems like you got overwhelmed by all the unknowns. Yeah, that's the trick with this stuff, is to be comfortable with unknowns. That's when you can be really good at math, is just not care that you're introducing 5 variables, because you're going to eventually cancel them all out in a future step. The step of faith. And also to sort of get that insight, it's not always easy. And I was finding definitely towards the end of my degree, like by third year physics, all the unserious people have more or less been filtered out. And like, we basically probably were all pretty close to being at the same level, but like the profs would throw us curveballs on the tests to normalize the distribution of scores. That was like our theory at the time, that they couldn't have everybody getting like A's and A pluses, which is what they would have gotten if the test just reflected what we learned in class. But at one point, my friend did like a regression analysis on the distribution of the grades we all got in the physics lab, and he found that they were completely randomized. So his theory was just like, your notes, your grades, sorry, don't actually have any bearing on how well you did. They just give you, like, they cycle through 5 different grades to give a certain class average. Like, it was such a cynical take. But yeah, I definitely remember one class, because I had the same professor for 2 different classes. And I remember he gave us a question on a test for one class that he had asked, that he had explained the answer to in a separate class. So the people who hadn't gotten the explanation from the second class, like, I don't know how they could have possibly solved this problem. It was like a vibrating rubber membrane where you had to do some special transformation to be able to converge the series. And it's like, how do you expect people to clue into this on a test? Like, it was basically a curveball that you either got lucky and had seen the question before in another class, or you're getting a big old 0 on that question. So yeah, I think there's a bit of, I don't want to say trickery, but I think they do maybe do things sometimes to engineer a certain range of grades. I don't know if you agree with that take.
Well, no, I think basic for physics, you have to be able to take a real world problem and convert it into equation. So it's that simple, freshman physics where you could look at something as a point. They're relatively simple. So like, projectile motion, or, like even friction, or even like an automobile, question, even circular motion, embankment problems. I was pretty good at those. But all those problems, you basically looked at one object as a point. And then when you look at, to put it in a larger system of 3-dimensional objects, they're saying that really it's not accurate. Like what you do in freshman physics, or even, up to 300 level physics, is not practical. It's not applicable, because you're dealing with 3-dimensional objects, and 3-dimensional objects have a center of mass, but you can't really properly deal with them just using the center of mass. You have to put them into a matrix, and then you have to create a coordinate system in order to solve the equation. So any simple problem.
I don't think you need to find a coordinate system. You need to find a tensor to approximate the moment of inertia to give you a time varying value of the center of mass, which will then allow you to model the whole system as a dot. It's kind of funny how we do math. We like project infinity onto finitude and then use that for arbitrary precision. And then we wonder when it decouples from reality at the extremes. Kind of funny, but it works though. I mean, that's the power of Platonism, right? People who denounce Platonism always surprises me, because it's like math is based on what you could argue is Platonism, because everything in math doesn't exist in reality. These spheres, dots, lines, that's all existing somewhere else than where we are.
Yeah, so until you could do that, you can't really do anything useful in physics. So it requires really extreme levels of mathematics to actually do anything useful in physics.
Well, it depends what you mean by physics, right? Like insight as to how things work. Like, is the quantum periodic table insight into physics? Yes. Does it require a lot of math? No. Or physics? Arguably no. Or algebra. I mean, it doesn't involve much algebra or math. It's just a concept. It's a visualization tool that helps you to construct algebra, but it's not an algebraic expression itself. It's discontinuous, excuse me. So I don't think that you need math to make advancements in physics. You just need insight as to the actual causal mechanism. And the only way we really have insight into causal mechanisms is through math. Because we can use math to like effectively slow down causality. Like if something's happening at the speed of light, it's kind of hard to follow it, right? Because we don't compute at the speed of light. So the math helps us slow things down to the point where we're kind of moving at the same rate as light. So that, theoretically, I guess there will be math at some stage. It's just a question of which stage, depending on the person presenting the theory. Go ahead.
Yeah, Aiken just put a paper in the chat I'm looking at. And so, I mean, 3 different methods. And here you have the Hamiltonian. And like, I haven't, this was over 15 years ago that I took this course. And, remembering like, your torque, your TX, TY, TZ, and you have your IXX, IYY, IZZ. And I just couldn't do it. Maybe I didn't have enough friends or people. Like I commuted, and like the people who are really set moving into it in the class, like maybe are like some sort of science, like fraternity or something like that. But so I mean, this paper that Aiken has the Lagrange and the Hamiltonian and the Euler-Lagrange and the Runge-Kutta of various methods to solve the simple equation. I mean, I don't call it simple, but yeah, I mean that in essence, you should be able to write an equation that will describe the movement of the object. And if it's like something like a curveball, what's the equation of a curveball? And like I don't know if even Aiken or anyone in the chat would offhand, and it's pretty complicated. And if it was or like a bowling ball, or just anything simple, or like a pool table. So when you deal with pool balls as just single dots, and you might have momentum and conservation of momentum, but in reality that's not what's happening. You have 3-dimensional objects, and there's things like a spin. And if someone like maybe Ricardo is a good ping pong player or a pool player, or like Colin Kolesno, who was commenting on your video, he's got like a expert billiards player, and he's have millions of views on his channel for billiards, showing these fancy shots. But what's the equation for that? And so maybe like a bowling ball, that how does it work that when you curve to hit the pin in the test, you have to be able to reduce these things to equations. And like I was in the class, like I saw people who could do it. I had colleagues who could do it. The teacher did it, and then after I saw the answers to the questions, I was like, oh, that makes sense. But when I actually like got the homework or it came the test, I could never do it. Like I just couldn't do it. And it was just a level of mathematics that was slightly beyond my ability. And maybe I could go back and still figure it out. Now I passed, I'm already middle age. The likelihood that I'm going to this age master Lagrangians is like relatively unlikely. But at least like my dad, who's always buying these math books and reading them in the bathroom, something like that. Like that's what he loves doing in his spare time. And my dad actually has a master's degree in mathematics. He practices as a doctor. But like I don't think my dad would actually be able to do any of this either. Like if it was just like write out the equation of a like a bowling ball or something, like a curve on a bowling ball. I don't think like, and I don't even, probably maybe even Aiken couldn't do it. Like, I mean, it's a pretty
shots fired. That reminds me of something I wanted to bring up. Like, I don't know if you know about my minor change in jargon that I wanted to institute, which is replacing wave equation or wave function rather with waveform, because it's a literal geometric entity. So there's been some progress on that. So it looks like people are finally realizing that photonics is the future of quantum computers, which is awesome. So they use this reminds me of the Hello World. Do you remember that, Doovid, when they first were working with computers? They used to do sys.out.println Hello World as like,
Yeah, I take these great courses.
you
In
know what
fact,
I'm talking about though,
I'm
right?
about to do one. Yeah, I've taken courses on R. I never actually do the practice, so they have another one on Java, or I think that just came out, and I'll probably take it. And so they still use like the Hello World for most of these programming courses.
Yeah, so this sort of reminded me of that because they were using their quantum computer to make Goombas and Marios. So I don't know if people can see that, but it's like little Mario with some sort of quantum computer. So yeah, this is awesome that they're finally realizing that light is the way forward. And they're not saying waveform yet, but they did use the term wave front. So I think that's good, because that implies that the wave, whatever it is, the thing that's waving, is literally a physical entity. It is simply system in advance of observation. Just because we haven't observed it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a geometry that we can't predict, because we most certainly can't. So that's what I want to draw attention to. And they did a lot of, I think they got 256 atoms, and they're using photons on some level. I'm not exactly, didn't really read the whole thing, but here you go. This is what it looks like. They're using lasers to control and entangle Rydberg atoms. Not sure what that is, but very exciting stuff. It'll be cool to see what they come up with in the near future with this stuff. I imagine it'll explode. Aiken says photonics, quantum computing will be the last thing they'll be focusing on. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be the direction that the whole thing's going in. So I don't know where you get that idea, but maybe it'll be one of those things where we look back and realize, oh yeah, we were already starting to do quantum mechanics. We just didn't realize that that's what it was, and sort of be like a gradual transition to calling things quantum. But yeah, we'll see. So Aiken, I'm surprised you haven't seen the latest developments in quantum mechanics. I mean, this is talking about an optical wavefront. So that's photons. And this just came out on July 9th there. So optical wavefront, optical tweezer beams, right? So they're working with light to generate entangled systems, to use the superposition of the states of the unobserved quantum system to simulate other systems. And then they're measuring it in, it looks like they're figuring out ways to measure less destructively, which is really promising too, as well as coming up with new and more effective error correction techniques, which, because of the inherent fuzziness to quantum mechanics, error correction techniques are more crucial than in your standard classical computing paradigm. We do deal with things like drop packets, but there's no actual error correction to the signal, because it's either 1 or 0. It either went through or it didn't, and there's a system response either way. But quantum systems allow for things to be in between the state of on and off. That probably sounds a little mysterious. That's probably why it's taken us so long to actually get some semblance of a grip on this stuff. So don't feel too bad.
Yeah, I got Claire messaged me like the last 30 minutes about Vince Bruno's turn. Not sure if he came on Week in Review. But yeah, I'm usually pretty good with the philosophy of science or the understanding of what's being done, even if I can't, do it myself. So just because I can't like whip out and, draw, calculate the Lagrangian, like how things are made or what's actually happening. So if I go to the foam show, probably Tuesday, I'm not sure if COVID-19, I'm probably going to be wearing a mask. so I'm not sure if I'm going to talk to too many people or get some reading material. But like usually I talk to scientists and I understand the basics of their technology, even for complicated things. And foam, I guess it's pretty interesting because, like, I guess if you say like beer or carbonation is a form of foam, and that foam is just simply putting air into materials, and that's basically what foam is. So if you think of like beer, and you have foam on your beer, which is basically just liquid that has air in it, and so from a material science point of view, usually foam, it could be an oil derivative, but it's more lightweight. And the reason it's lightweight is because basically, all that's what foam is. It's a material that just has air pumped into it. And, there's all types of materials. And, so there's a whole convention that I think last time, like, it literally filled up the whole expanded convention center, like hundreds and hundreds of tables, various foam producers from, all sorts of things. And, from the material science, I could usually talk with the people, they're scientists, and understand the basics, and even more complicated, like the Automotive Testing Expo, the battery show. Foam's pretty complicated. Material science is pretty complicated. So I'm not going to say like any form of science is easier than others. And like the Foam Expo, in many ways, is just as complicated as the Battery Expo, as the automotive testing. But when you have a whole device like an automobile that requires hundreds of components working together, it's more complicated than just producing a single material. And but like to actually produce something, you have to have your equations right. You have to and it has to be precise without error. And that's what scientists do. And the level to just understand how things are made, which is more interesting to me, or the greater supply chain, or like even civil engineering, things like like water flow, like why is it flooding, why is various things. I'm not sure if you've ever thought about foam.
Not in any great detail, but I've got the Wikipedia up now, and I'm sharing some images of foam.
Using the adhesives and bonding. So together with foam also is the adhesives and bonding expo. I guess foam is a new popular material. Foam's been around for a while, but foam is getting more and more popular, probably due to like the auto industry and the demand of emissions. So foam is a more lightweight material. But it's combined with the additives, the additives and bonding expo, and so it's an important thing that you maybe wouldn't think about. But almost all of our devices, everything that we have, like our clothing, our automobiles, our houses, there's additives and cohesives that hold it together, and the type materials. And for manufacturing, like I mentioned, Aiken. He was talking about some of what he was doing when he came on, is that for most manufacturing, they call it automotive or bust, because over 50% of global manufacturing is the automobile, because like automobile is such a large device, and it's so common that there's hundreds of millions of automobiles around the world, and it's such a large device that automobiles literally is over 50% of global manufacturers. And you think all the devices like cell phones, refrigerators, ovens, on and on, of stuff, that radios, CD players, all of these devices that we have, even computers, that the automobile makes up such a huge part of manufacture. And now with gas shortage or environmental possible reasons, weight is a big deal. That gas, most automobiles still use gas, and if they're electric, it's still mostly electric vehicles are coming from fossil fuels, and the main driver of gas consumption is weight. And so therefore foam has become a huge thing in these drives to make automobiles weigh less. And so foam could, when you think of foam, the way like a foam package or like foam in a beer, to I guess you could have even foam in metals. It just means pumping air into it. And if you look at the strength of something that anything that you could use foam as a replacement material for something else, chances are it's going to weigh less, and then it's going to require less gas and for emission standards or whatever. So it's extremely important that there's this huge foam show. One of the preeminent conventions of the year in Detroit is the foam show. It's so important to the automobile. And it was like a businessman like Aiken or something who might have a device, and if he was like, well, if he could figure out how his device could be useful to the automotive industry, then it would have much larger financial implications. That even if he had something that maybe is going to be used in computers or cell phones or microwaves, stereos, whatever, that if he could figure out how it could be used in automobiles, that's like the pinnacle of the manufacturing industry.
Yeah, Aiken's saying there's a supply squeeze, and if you want a computer, now's the time to get it. That's vaguely unnerving.
I still didn't get. I mean, I'd been thinking about getting the MacBook for streaming, but I wasn't sure if it was necessary. And still looking at the one with the bigger screen, and it looked like it's the same model. It's been out for a few years, so I didn't get it. And I wasn't even sure. Jennifer's using a MacBook. She said she needs 2 of them to stream. And it's like, we're going to get a MacBook, and I can't even, I'm not even going to be able to stream straight off the MacBook. So I haven't, got it. But I'm not sure.
You can just connect your microphone to another computer, and the only thing I need the other computer for is the Hangouts. But apparently you don't even need another computer. There's a way to get like an additional piece of software that reroutes the audio properly. So you may be able to pull it off with just one computer. I'm just not sure how to do it because I've never attempted it.
Yeah, so I'm going to pay like $3,000 for a MacBook, and then I get 2 of them or something. It's like, so like right now, like I'm doing okay with just my Dell, and this one, I can pay like $1,200 for. And so, if this one goes kaput, I would probably just go to the local computer store in like the same day, buy another one, probably $1,000 range that would be able to replace this. So when I upgrade it, I would either get a home computer that I would be able to design more power, and if I get a home computer, it would probably be your PC, and then I thought I'd go for the MacBook, but I would put if it was I think it was the MacBook Pro that the 16-inch one, and it's the same model that's been out for a few years. So I'm not sure they'll come out with another one, and depending on how much memory, it's like $2,000 to $3,000, and so I looked at it probably be like $3,000. I don't know like how many terabytes or whatever, and I'm not even sure even if I got it, basically the only thing I need it for is streaming. That would be the reason I'd be investing in it. Like I could do my eBay or everything else right now. So the reason I would get the MacBook would be to be able to produce higher quality streaming. And even Jennifer doesn't know how to explain it to me, and I could figure out it was just a waste of money. So as of now, I'm still just using the Dell that's about 2 years old. There have been a few periods of time I had a few issues with it. Actually, it was mostly I had a touchscreen, and for whatever reason the touchscreen was giving me issues, and I was just able to disable the touchscreen, and that solved the issues. So, but there was a point where I kept on having these issues, but it was being caused by like the touchscreen, and just disabling it solved those issues. So even this Dell I'm using right now, I might even be able to get a year or 2 out of it. But at this point, like computer repairs, something happens, it costs hundreds of dollars to get someone to look at your computer. So even though it's only like 2 years old at this point, I would probably just buy a new one. And like Dell's done pretty good, but yeah, I'd probably go for like $1,000 range laptop again. And so Luke and the streaming, we don't have like Week in Review. We don't have enough of a streaming community to discuss things like investment in software or something like that. And even the people we stream with, Jennifer almost at the 1,000 sub level, getting monetized. I was talking with that chess streamer who made a video, the Grandmaster in Australia, who's almost at 1,000 subs, and I was telling him he's got to buy a microphone. Like sound quality is the lowest hanging fruit. That he'd get a microphone. It'd probably be the cheapest way to cause the most improvement to his streaming quality. But the same point, if we had a community of people that knew the stuff, so like Luke Ford, Halsey, JF kind of fell apart. Like JF had even made that stream on technology, and I'm not sure if JF is so friendly. Maybe I message him, maybe he would give me advice. I'm not sure. I didn't try. Luke Ford at that point where Halsey had donated all the money, spent a good few $1,000s on computer equipment, and he got a home system. It was very powerful enough to run graphics and sound, and even got his like stand-up desks and of the Yeti, but he got the more expensive $400 microphone and various things. So there's just not enough demand for my streaming to put that money into it. Like if Jennifer hit 1,000 subs and became a little bit profitable, and that she was going to invest more in her streaming, maybe I would invest. So I still have that money set aside. That I do have the few $1,000s set aside to buy the MacBook, but I haven't done it yet.
Well, if Aiken's right, and it seems like he does know what he's talking about, better sooner than later. Apparently, another thing is that
you're saying like next year I won't be able to get a
lot.
Mac. I was thinking they might upgrade. Like right now, they've had the same MacBook for a few years now, and like the bigger screen, like so that they would probably come out with a new one, and I consider getting the newer one. So I don't
really
like
to buy the newest edition of things. Maybe Mac is the exception, but with the newest edition, you're running the risk that it has unresolved issues, and that it won't be retro compatible with a lot of programs.
You're saying the price is going to go up, that if I get a MacBook now with $3,000, that like, not that I'm not going to be able to get one, but like next year is going to be $4,000 because of some sort of material squeeze?
Sounds like the resale value is going to be higher because you may not be able to buy new at any price. It seems to be what he's implying. I'm really not sure. I haven't looked into this very much, but
yeah. It's funny because
I've heard about the issue with the shortage in something because of the crypto stuff. Like people are buying some computer part, and it's the same computer parts people use for gaming. And there's been a shortage in that, from what I understand, for a while. But if the crypto crashes, does that mean maybe it's transistors? I think, does that mean that these transistors can then be used for other computers? I'm just not sure how that works, whether they're interchangeable, fungible, if you will.
Well, one thing I'm looking forward at the foam show is just getting, usually the freebies of all these, the reading material from the company, but also the magazines.
I thought you were going to say foam samples. Like I could imagine a closet full of hoarded foam samples for a second there. Sorry.
I usually, they offer me sometimes like the foam samples. I usually just take the reading material. Like some of their reading material has like foam samples put in it.
I'd be the one collecting foam samples just to have fun playing with them.
Yeah, and just like space. I already have like thousands of these booklets, and I still have, even though I haven't been to a show in over a year, I still have. I've been slowly pounding through them, but I still have tons of these books from years ago. But it's the magazine. So I had a bunch of free subscriptions, and I guess they started getting cheap. So right now, Charged Magazine, which is about electric vehicles, which I think comes out every 2 months, still sends me a free subscription. There's like Electric Hybrid. There's Engineered Systems. I used to get like 5 or 6 different magazines that they were sending me for free, and they even had one on like data centers and different stuff that would mention the market trends like Aiken is talking about. So right now, all my reading material is over a year old. So hopefully, when I go to the foam show, they usually have these like tables of free samples of all these engineering magazines, and so like foam will have its own magazine, like like your your monthly adhesives, so something like like if you're in the field, like I forget that that there is like a monthly magazine on adhesives and on foam. But there's all that their model, like people pay for advertisements and they give you free subscriptions, or somehow like you go to the shows and they offer free subscriptions, and so I lost all my free subscriptions. So right now, Charged Magazine, which is pretty good, Charged Magazine, that regularly, but that's the only one I've gotten for like the last 6 months, and so I'm all out of these my intellectual mind. Actually, they switched to online, so they used to mail them to me. So if they mail them to me, like I'll read these print magazines. So they still send me them to free e-magazines, but I can't read these e-magazines. Even they have like drilling. They're pretty interesting, exciting if you have your toilet reading material like that. But
There's just like a local newspaper here, and I try to like minimize my impact on the environment, so they won't not give us the local papers. So I just have some of those and use them to start fires the odd time, and I will peruse them and occasionally do the Sudoku. But other than that, yeah. And yeah, there is something unappealing about reading those types of articles online, isn't there? There just seems to be a different format that works for online. Like I love those articles, like the MIT one I just shared. I love that because it's like maybe 1,500 words, a couple of good images, not too much like distracting ads, but still like a good sort of bit of information. And you don't have to like it's not like with a magazine where you have to read a bunch of articles. Like I don't read usually more than one article at a time, I guess. Like it's sort of something I do just intermittently throughout the day for whatever reason. If I have to research something or if I happen to see something come up in my social media that looks interesting, but I'll very rarely serial read articles, which is what you'd need to do for a rag or whatever they call them, a magazine.
Well, I
magazines haven't been cool in a while though. Like magazines definitely used to be cool at some point. Like there was a point where Playboy magazine was definitely worth buying. Not for the nudity, mind you. There's a lot of good articles.
Oh, and I don't have it
for the nudity, just in case anyone didn't know that.
No, all my stuff is engineering. Like I don't have any magazines that like I have. All my stuff is engineering. So that
nothing about men's health. Those. Well, I mean, the newer ones are probably worse, but for a while they had interesting takes and stories and stuff. Better than Cosmopolitan.
No, I don't zero those. Like I was talking like adhesives and sealants, or like Charged Magazine. Electric and Hybrid's a pretty good magazine. Engineered Systems is a good one. They have all sorts of Construction Association of Michigan has a magazine. The Michigan Nursery and Landscaping has a good magazine, and you have to be a member of these organizations. So sometimes you get a free magazine. Like if you join their like trade shows or members in these organizations, they have a magazine. But when you go to the shows, they usually just hand them out, and so you get free copies. I'm usually cheap. I belong to like the Michigan Nursery and Landscaping Association, and it was kind of like a waste of money because like it was like pay like $100 a year to be a member of some organization that maybe if you're doing large sums of business, they offer perks or networking, but if you're not like using the benefits of the network, basically you're paying just for the magazine. And at the shows, they usually give you free copies of the magazines anyway. So like, no, the only magazines I'm reading are engineering. They're not really like science magazine. And I just mentioned, like Aiken was mentioning about global supply chain. So if you're looking at adhesives and sealants, they're all interesting. Like I'll read the like adhesives and sealants. I had read the magazine cover to cover. I read Charge magazine cover to cover, and Charge magazine is like pretty interesting because it'll talk about global companies and the supply chain, and the things that are important like lithium supplies or various things. So if Aiken was like, I'm not reading because I'm in Metro Detroit. They don't have like Silicon Valley. They don't have computer stuff conventions here. It's more manufacture. So he's talking about like COVID-19, global politics with China, disruptions in the supply chain, and how it's likely to affect computer prices. That's the type thing that trade journals and magazines would have these articles on. And so like if it's adhesives and sealants, and there's some sort of disruption in the global foam supply, that some sort of price variant, there's articles on it, and you see it in advance. So I just mentioned, like, even though they don't have much computer stuff here in Metro Detroit, because the auto industry, cars these days are basically computers. So even something like Charge magazine or Electric and Hybrid magazine, which I read both of those. Electric and Hybrid is a huge magazine, but it only comes out like 4 times a year, and it's like 200-300 pages, as opposed to Charge magazine comes out like once every month even, and it's like 70 pages, or once every 2 months. But that would include things like he was talking about, because people in the field need to know about disruptions in the supply chain. And so what Aiken was mentioning about computers, like there's definitely with COVID-19 and diplomatic breakdown with China, has been massive disruptions of the supply chain that presumably is going to affect all sorts of products.
Yeah, it seems like a developing situation. So, yeah, it's seems like we haven't really planned ahead for a lot of these things. Like I know even just with basic materials, like they predict we'll run out of copper before 2050, or like easily mined copper, perhaps. I'm not sure how they calculate it exactly, but we are set to like run out, and there's not much being done to like. I guess it would be incentivizing recycling, or like some sort of plan for when we can't get all these basic materials. So now it just seems like, okay, we're just gonna collapse in slow motion with this like slowing of these basic materials to a drip, and then people not being able to buy consumer goods that they want at any price, which is why Aiken's predicting the increase in valuation of presumably secondhand computers, just like what we've seen with cars in the last little while. I don't know if you know about that.
It was like Brundle, I think I streamed it, he was making fun of me for like the foam show, the foam expo. But I remember I took the course at University of Michigan, and a course on entrepreneurship in graduate course for engineering students to learn the basics of business. And we did our project on data centers. And I guess, the big thing of data centers, like monetarily, is energy usage. And so the professor mentioned for all the various people that you have to look into the periodicals, and for any given thing there's going to be lots of periodicals. In University of Michigan, the engineering library had like hundreds of these magazines for various things. So there's just something on data centers, there's probably like 3 different monthly magazines that just deal with data centers, maybe even more. And something like foam, adhesives, sealants, various materials. There's all sorts of periodicals that deal with these updates in the field. That if you're a technical and there's a global supply chain, that someone is going to put together a magazine. And sometimes there's huge companies like Siemens, or just global companies, Saudi Aramco, have their own monthly magazines, and some they might even have multiple monthly magazines per sector that go over trends that are important to people working in the field, and you might never you would never see any of these magazines being sold at any store, like any local grocery store, drugstore, that or newsstand would never carry any of these magazines. But you could look them up online. Like if you go to a good engineering school, they might get them, and you basically see them at trade expos, and that's why Gandalf, I couldn't convince him to become like a McCormick Place lackey, just hanging out at the big convention center in Chicago to feed his brain with information. But yeah, it's pretty interesting, especially if you like information and reading. That there's just ton of information, and just something like foam that that maybe you never put much thought into it, but there's thousands of new products and new uses of foam related materials coming out every month, so that there's even multiple periodicals and magazines related to it that you could be subscribed to. And then it's like, I don't think anyone plan on going into foam. It's more per use, where if you're looking for money, you're looking for livelihood, you're looking to be useful. So I mentioned, I went to the Hare Krishna temple, and saw all these Indians that become devotees, become more religious, is because they all just make some widget for automobiles. Like it's here in Metro Detroit, and saying one out of some 4 or 5 people in Metro Detroit in Michigan basically make some widget that goes into the automobile. And it's not that exciting. Like, what do you tell your friends? It's like, oh, I work for this company that makes some widget that goes into automobiles. And sometimes it's something that makes sense. It's like, oh, I make like rear view mirrors, or windshields, like Bill Davidson, the Davidson Foundation, that has hundreds of millions of dollars in it, that funds a lot of Jewish activism in Metro Detroit. Made Guardian Industries was their family company, and made glass, mostly windshields. So if you're like, oh, the Davidson Foundation, now it's owned by the Koch Industries. The Koch brothers bought them out after he passed away, and the family sold the major stake to the Koch industry. But you say, okay, what do you do? It's like, oh, Guardian Industry, we make windshields. And it's like most people in Michigan don't even make something that they could explain like windshield. They make some sort of like widget that goes in the car that you couldn't even explain to people. Like, well, what's that? It's like, it's some like metal piece like in the door, or some part that your average person wouldn't even understand. So that's the state of kind of like the meaninglessness of your average person's existence, that they're just a cog in the system that makes some widget that goes into the automobile. And so you wouldn't plan on like foam. It's so interesting, but now due to the state of the industry, where it's basically CAFE standards, I think they call them, which is the emission standards, because God forbid global warming, environmental damage, they need to have higher fuel mileage. And you could work with fuel. There's oil and various things, but really the main thing that they do to increase fuel standards is to make the vehicle lighter. And that's why foam has become such an important thing, because anything that you could do to make the vehicle lighter is of drastic importance in today's days. So you're just some dude like researching foam in order to make some component in the automobile that most people have never even heard of a little bit lighter. And so like there is meaning in something, because the automobile is important, and you could look at your place in society that like, yes, I'm doing something important, because cars are almost everybody wants an automobile, and it's important, like you're saving the environment by helping to make more lightweight components. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to saying that's why people are so depressed and unfriendly, and it's very impersonal too. Because you're really just a cog in the system, where you just do some random thing. And I joked on my channel, you just like Brundle, he was there earlier. You're just like Aiken, like he's just a guy next to his machine praying to make a sale. And so like he might be a bright guy, he might have his gadget, but at the end of the day, he's just a guy at some show standing next to his machine, next to his product, praying that he makes a sale. because it's like okay, he did all this hard work, he made his device, and now he's got to sell it in order to make a living and feed his kids. And so there he is at the show with his table, trying to network, just hoping that his device is useful enough and he could make a sale.
Huh. Not the most hopeful situation, is it? But
And that's reality. So
Yeah.
he goes, okay,
Yeah.
I'm a Jew, like I'm a middleman, so I'm just lending Aiken money, and like a money lender or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's the greater reality of the world, and it probably always was that way. Maybe more ancient time where like you didn't have such complicated devices like automobiles, where you wouldn't like, what do you do, Aiken? Is like, I make some device that you couldn't even understand if I explain it to you, and like even if you understood the type of machines that it goes into, you wouldn't probably understand like what the hell I'm doing has to do with the end product of what you might eventually have. And so in ancient times, like if you were like a welder or a farmer or something, you made a product that people would make sense, as opposed to today, like you make a component that goes into a product that your average person, like I said, like you don't have to understand how an automobile works to drive an automobile. Like consciousness, you don't have to you don't have to understand anatomy or medicine to live. You could still function your body. And so your average person, they don't really care how an automobile functions. But as said, like over 50% of global manufacture are components that go into the automobile. And so therefore, 50% of people in engineering are working on components that go into automobiles. And when they get together with their friends, it's not that interesting to talk about. Like they're saying, and your average person doesn't even care. Like, what do you do again? I make some component. Like, what's like what like what piece? What? And it's probably related to like the reverse Flynn effect that I said we're going to talk about. Is that's just not that interesting. Like, why would someone want to spend all this mental effort in order? And let's say it's beyond, like, to understand the complete workings of a modern automobile might be beyond one mind to know. So in reality, is even the greatest mind doesn't understand the whole automobile. They could just understand like one sector. It's like like the anatomy. If you have your lymphic system or your immune system or your nervous system, that the automobile also, like transmission, drivetrain, various fields that people specialize in one area and don't even really understand the whole workings of the automobile. And like a computer also, that people who work in the field just have one section of this part that they specialize in, and it might even be beyond human capacity to understand the whole big picture. And then people are coming together, and the reward basically is just money. So at the end of the day, maybe Aiken can have a little satisfaction that he did something useful. He's got a component, and that component goes into devices that are useful to humanity. But at the end of the day, like, not really. Saying no one really cares that you make a component that goes into a device that is useful to humanity. They're basically going to measure karma's money and be like, well, if it, how much money did you make off of it? And then you're looking at it like you got to maximize the money you make off of it by saying like, okay, like maybe Aiken doesn't know anything about the automobile, could care less about the automobile, but he's saying I want to maximize the amount of money I'm making off of my invention device, and therefore he has to come up with a way that his device is relevant to the modern day automobile or something like that, and it's purely monetary, like the foam show that that you're looking at. It's economic driven, that you're doing material research, you get a degree in engineering, and you're going to get a job in material science, and then you're looking for the jobs, and they're related to the automobile and making materials more light in order to reduce emissions.
Well, there you go. So yeah, do we have anything else we want to talk about? I don't know if anyone else is going to want to come on today, so I guess we could wrap it up soon, because you said you had to get up really early, right? Hope you have a good time tomorrow.
Okay, well, the foam show is going to be, I'll probably go on Tuesdays, Monday through Wednesday, but actually I got to help my mother tomorrow. Like we'd still talk a little bit. I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on, I mentioned the power outage in Detroit, and last week we talked about the building collapse, and it was kind of giving, the kind of hopeless, depressive state of the work field.
I'm not sure. I mean, I have my little spiel that ultimately it's a situation of nobody feeling like they own the infrastructure and never having that desire to maintain the things that not having a sufficient desire to maintain things that people own. So the desire to pass the buck, politically speaking, exceeds the desire to for the greater good of maintaining things. Like I always just think back to that flood that we saw the video for. It just so obviously could have been avoided. It wasn't that much water. It just would have been a matter of preparing and seeing it coming. It wouldn't be, impossible to predict something like that, but it just happened. And then that collapse must have been just shocking. Have you heard any updates on that?
Yeah,
Last I heard, they were like, I don't know, they didn't seem to be finding anybody in the wreckage.
Well, they found 90 dead bodies so far. They're not going to find anyone alive. Like after, really, they found a few people alive in the hours after, and those people were basically people that were out of the building or in the parking garage. And the people they found alive were the people in the building part that didn't collapse. In that, the rescue operation were people that were in apartments that had no way to get out, that were in part of the building that didn't collapse. And then I think there was only like 2 or 3 people that they found in the rubble at the bottom. And that there was like a woman who like went to complain and had been, basically outside of the building. So like, no, they didn't really save anybody. They're still recovering bodies, of which they've recovered 90. If they keep on digging, they'll probably recover all the bodies if they want to. And it looks like they've figured out the reason. Like they had a New York Times big delve into it, where the building needed basically like $15 million in repairs. They knew it. It was a condo building, and dividing up the cost per unit, would have cost like $50 to a few $100,000 per unit for repair, which is obviously expensive. And maybe there were certain issues like a pool being built that wasn't on a slope that caused more water leakage and damage than should have been and wasn't taken care of. And unfortunately, there's probably going to be a lot more of this coming. The New York Times had an article about Chicago and similar issues facing buildings in Chicago. I know in New York City there were similar problems. The man I'd worked for, Jean-Louis Bourgeois, talked about the water basin and the inability long term to support the structure. But let's say technically, due to the capitalistic nature, and even if it wasn't capitalistic, you're saying like they knew what had to be done to fix the building, and it could be it wasn't economical at a certain point. It was a building that was built for say a 40-year lifetime, and after a certain period of time, it becomes a money pit. And to keep on pouring money into the building, it's like the house I'm in right now. There's certain issues that are there's certain issues that cause problems and get worse and worse and become a money pit. And at a certain point, you're better off just tearing down and rebuilding than keep on pumping money into. And so a lot of buildings, they're reaching the end of their useful lifetime and becoming money pits like that. And the infrastructure all across America. And so maybe they're great minds who could think about this stuff, but just understanding it, then you actually have to do it. And then you actually have to workforce and competence. And Ed Dutton, actually, applaud him. He came on the channel. Jennifer spoke with him also, and kind of explained this reverse Flynn effect. But he's he had a show on the collapse, and he's saying why you should expect more and more of this. And there's largely incompetence and nepotism because it's the decline of empire, and you have a lot of people, if it's like gender inequality, quotas or affirmative action or various things where people, it's like, it's my turn now. I want to be in charge. I've been looking at all these elites for so long, and I've been waiting for my turn. And then when it's finally their turn, basically you have a collapsing empire, and they're incompetent to even do anything about it. So like Biden and his infrastructure plan, spend hundreds of millions of dollars, but they're going to have to give it, like, he's going to hook up his political donors, and maybe they're going to put a bunch of women in charge or minorities or various issues to give people a chance. And they're probably just going to blow the money, and you don't have competent labor or workforce to fix these things, and the social cohesion doesn't exist to create new infrastructure. And so unfortunately, that's why I'm kind of pessimistic. I think Dutton's right. And even when I was talking with Norvin or Brundle when we first started talking, like in balkanization, that we are on the waning end of empire, and the most likely, besides for like war, violence, urban violence, God forbid, which maybe could be avoided, like Ahimsa principle, but we're going to see other things that, like in terms of infrastructure collapse, lack of competence, and in the period like the building boom we talked about last week in the 60s and 70s and 80s, where there was this massive urban suburbanization and various factors that caused the building boom, that most of the houses in the suburbs or buildings are now approaching the end of their useful life. So we have better technology, and there are better materials, and there's a handful of luxury buildings or stuff that's built according to the best understanding, but the majority of the basic stuff that we live by, probably Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, the West in general, is basically at the end of its useful life, and it's unlikely that society is going to be able to pull together to fix this. And so that's what Dutton said, and I largely agree. We're just going to see more and more of this stuff, God forbid.
So does anybody remember when that bridge collapsed several years ago?
Which one?
Which one, Florida or?
That's the point.
Well, they collapse all the time. There was a bridge collapse in Washington, D.C. that injured a few people.
No, Doooovid. I'm actually going to steel man a lot of your argument. I'm going to disagree on a couple of places, because I do believe we have the talent. I do believe we have the competence. If we have the will to put folks in power, I think we should be very open and honest. And you know what? If it's an open bid contract, if somebody's friends might be bidding for the contract, it's very simple. You recuse yourself. You make sure you're not pressuring people. How do you do this? By very openly being able to reveal and tell the truth about things that are involved, and let the public actually see this discourse. Because it's not like back in the day, you're bidding on a contract, you haven't been this thing, needs to be disseminated through all these papers. Dude, we have the internet and everything. We have to have the technology. Like you said, our technology as far as building materials and the things that we can do is so much more advanced. Like, I don't know if you're talking about from the 70s, we're now upwards of 50 years later. It's like, we have the technology. We can do this, although I would say the money that they were looking to spend was upwards of trillions of dollars. Just in my mind, my basic general response.
So you're in Boston, right?
Right.
So, I mean, if you're just saying that, likely when you walk around, the majority of the buildings and the houses were built in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and even the highways and the roads were largely these mass construction projects from decades ago, and they're past their useful life. And it's saying like, no, there might not be another building boom like that. Whatever caused these building booms to happen, that built all these buildings around, you might have the talent and the people to know to build certain awesome new stuff, but to have a mass building boom to create new suburbs, new divisions, office buildings, strip malls, various things, that like, no, there's no reason to assume that that's going to happen again. Or even to assume it could happen again.
I'm watching it happen.
Even the labor force doesn't really exist like that, and the infrastructure. Even like here in Metro Detroit, there's skilled construction labor just doesn't exist. The unions have been hollowed out, and cheap labor has been imported for most of these fields. And no, you can't even get competent labor to do this type stuff. That like if you had a lot of money, you could you could do it. But just for the mass projects that built America, we probably can't do it anymore.
I'm going to disagree, at least based upon my experience up here, just because I know there's a new development going on, and probably about like 2 blocks that way. I'm seeing newer,
of course, there's
smaller
new buildings
office
going up. But I was saying the majority,
like it was
when you
before,
look
to the
around,
extent across
when you
the
walk
country.
around, the
Okay,
majority
fair.
of what was built 30 to 50 years ago and is approaching the end of its useful life. Obviously, there's new buildings and new houses going up, but I'm saying the vast majority of the infrastructure is approaching the end of its useful life.
No, I agree. Are what we seeing, even with new things going up in particular areas that might be doing decently well, is it going to be to the extent, especially percentage-wise, to how we've seen in the past? No, I can totally see that. That's fine. Yeah, no, I mean, it's almost like, I don't know, maybe we need to go back and see what are the type of retrofits we can do. What's affordable? How can we upgrade these things? I hear a lot about solar water heaters. I am not an engineer.
Yeah, I mean, there's interesting things, and the structure of the U.S. economy changed. Where 40 years ago, now you have the student loans crisis. You have a bunch of people with college degrees that can't necessarily do these trades. So 40 years ago, you had huge construction unions. You had people that didn't go to school and they worked in trades and they built this stuff. And so today, those people, and probably they were majority white. They're different people. There's Native Americans and Hispanics and various people. But today that doesn't exist in the numbers, like the tens of millions of Americans that built the infrastructure 40 years ago doesn't exist anymore. Now there's only millions of those people. And so it's like, there's hundreds of millions of Americans. We could get tens of millions of more Americans that are going to rebuild the infrastructure. But it's like, no, you really can't. Like you have to get Mexicans. Like even here in Metro Detroit, for years and years now, they've done everything possible to try to increase the labor force and various things. And they've done a tiny bit. Like training centers. They've trained a few thousand people, maybe. And even the few thousand people they trained, you really aren't quite on the caliber competence to, so you have these big projects that have large funding that could build, like new stadiums. The Red Wings, built the new stadiums, and there, new constructions and subdivisions going up, and occasionally you see new, office buildings or strip malls going up. But like no, the people that built that decades ago just don't exist anymore, and they're unlikely to be replaced.
I mean, I still kind of tend to disagree with that. I think what we might be seeing, and again, I can only go based upon my perspective. I see a pretty diverse workforce up here, about all different folks and everything, however you may want to take that. But at the same
We're talking
time,
about management. I'm talking about
no,
infrastructure.
I'm talking about the actual physical folks that like do the work and everything, like the electricians, the carpenters, the plumbers. There's plenty of folks, but I think what we may be seeing, and again, this is just my speculation here, I feel like over the years we've just had such a big push towards college, all these different forms of intellectual higher education, that in a way maybe we've almost kind of stigmatized folks that do good quality work, that actually get in there and are actually tearing things apart and everything, are actually literally built much of our country, and I think that's unfortunate.
Yes, I mean, you could read the numbers and look at the statistics, and you'd be hopeful and not like pessimistic for no reason, but just say the numbers don't add up, and it's unlikely that we're going to have some like new infrastructure surge. That if you believe in like Andrew Yang and automation, and through the power of technology, that even though we have a smaller productive labor force and a decrease in competence across tens of millions of less competent people in those fields, that because of increase in technology there might be some sort of miracles. But it's like I think the numbers really don't add up. So if you're here in Michigan like Governor Whitmer ran, like fix the damn roads was actually her slogan, and she didn't. It's been a few years now, and she hasn't been able to fix the roads, and she's probably not going to be able to. And
Yeah,
say, like,
someone
no,
unironically said that to me back in college. We were hanging out and we're talking about these issues, and he's like, "Yeah, I think technology will fix it." I'm like, not too sure about that.
So what you're saying is we need a technological miracle. Now, what fuels technology? All I know is I like science. Speaking about potential scientific
we say it's end of
technological miracles,
empire. It's because 40 years ago you had this massive labor force that the American dream, that they were going to get that house in the suburbs. So the people that built America 40 years ago did it because they were, at the end of it, they were going to have their own house in the suburbs. So now the houses in the suburbs are already built, and they're towards the end of their useful life, and the people who built them already got the reward. So you have the people like us that grew up in the fruit of the labor that our parents of the previous generation did, and we don't know how to do what they did, and it's unlikely, you're saying, like, that we would actually be able to go back to doing it. Like, I went to university, I'm already intellectual, most people couldn't even do a day's labor if we had to. It's just beyond our ability. And you have a different issue where even where we were settling the frontier, or the suburbanization, expanding the cities into the suburbs and building.
Are you
Now we've
seriously
already,
saying you couldn't do a manual labor job?
in the extent that people did years ago, like, no, I don't think I would be able to work physically, like 8 hours a day in a construction job. Like, no chance.
Well, I think that those are the kinds of jobs that automation
Even
could
memes
actually
is-
make a lot easier what it is that they're doing, right? Like automation could help growing crops to make it the labor not as intensive. But yeah, I think probably most people would struggle to do a hard 8 hours of labor.
Even
It-
a few hours.
it kicked my butt when I started at my job, like working in the warehouse and everything. It's like, oh my God, this is absolutely. And then it took some time and everything. I was getting back in shape, and it's like, I actually disagree with Doooovid. I feel you could do that. Might you necessarily start off there like first day doing it? It takes time,
What were you doing?
lifting things up and putting them down.
How
Well, that's
heavy
even
were
you're
they?
talking like a warehouse or something,
It's like
as opposed to useful.
couple thousand cases of actual like groceries and everything.
Like how heavy would one load be of things you had to pick up?
Are you talking about like an entire pallet or things? I mean, things might
like,
just weigh like 10 ounces. Things
The
might weigh
job
60
consists
pounds.
of picking things up and putting them down.
Right.
I'm asking, how much does the thing weigh that you're picking up and putting down?
Well, I mean, when you're dealing with like thousands of items, they vary.
You don't pick up 1,000 items at once. Why are you
Right.
dodging this question? I'm just asking for average weight. Because I used to work in a factory too.
Right. Average weight? That's a good question. I don't know, maybe
Yeah, like I used to work
10,
in a Quaker
10 to 20
factory.
pounds?
How much?
Between 10 to 20 pounds, depending
Yeah.
on it. This is the thing. It might be like 18 things of like rice that are 60 pounds each. It might be 60 things of ramen noodles. It's like
Right.
There is a great deal of variance there.
Just general loading that may be, but no more than like maybe what, 60 pounds per load?
Right. Well, 60 pounds per case.
Per lifting up, whatever.
Right. It's basically
I
you're
understand
building
how
the actual
have
pallets.
many things on them.
Right.
Yeah, we used to
Right.
stack chips and stuff, and it was at the Quaker factory, so it was all the Quaker products. It was pretty fun. There was a place called Recoup where the imperfect packages would be sent, so we could eat that food.
Complimentary rice cakes.
Well, it's just if something happens to get bashed, right? Like these pallets can get smashed.
Right.
Somebody
Damage
being
control,
drunk on the
yeah.
job, driving into them accidentally. With
Yeah, you should not
forklift
operate an
thing.
electric pallet jack or pallet jack while intoxicated.
Yeah, so that had a consequence.
Well, you're also
Leftover stuff, and there was this guy who was like the king of Recoup, and he was this like, I don't know, Irish or Scottish guy. He was really harsh, and he would only give you chips from Recoup if he thought you were cool. Sorry, go ahead.
You're also kind of missing the general point, because like I'm selling books, so maybe I get 10, 15 boxes of books, that could, weigh like 20 to 50 pounds, if they're hardcover or soft color or various type, but it's not, the settling of the frontier, the suburbanization that happened, where the post suburbanization, where we already, have our houses in the suburbs, and now we're filling them up with products. And so you're kind of in a service sales where it's not related directly to the infrastructure. So you're doing some sort of physical labor that you're, like selling objects and moving objects, but it's not the same type of physical labor as in terms of construction. Like if you had to, go outside and fix the highway. So that even if it's some sort of physical excursion, that saying, okay, you work, you do physical labor all day, you're strong, you're buff, but it's different than the type labor that people did years ago, and it's a post. I have to think the technical terms.
The percentage of the population is quite different. There are a lot more folks kind of doing
but
more
the labor you're
engineering.
doing, it's a post infrastructure labor where the infrastructure has already been laid, and so people like me and you now are you're moving objects and items to people, to if it's food or books or whatever it is that we're moving around
Logistics,
to get to people.
Yeah,
Logistics, as opposed to the actual maintenance of the infrastructure. And so said, could you lay concrete out all day? So maybe you could, maybe you couldn't. And it's like, just because you could do some sort of, and even like you're probably doing indoor labor, saying that in the would it be?
I wouldn't want to lay asphalt outside, man. I see those guys doing that. Power through them.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's not necessarily comparable what you're saying. Just even what you're saying for yourself, what you're doing, even that may not be comparable to being able to save our infrastructure.
I mean, it depends on what. This is a thing to actually save. It's like you go through. My personal opinion, if I was going to put something in infrastructure, and again, part of this is probably my bias, having worked in the greater cable industry, was why are we still using like a 60-year-old grid that is apparently getting attacked by like foreign nationals and everything? If you're going to spend $1 trillion on something, my thing would be, why don't we actually start to upgrade the actual lines while we're at it, while we're putting conduit down and everything? Maybe lay a bunch more fiber optic cable for the future. I'm just saying these are things that will literally end up touching almost every household within these United States. And if you're looking at providing jobs on a mass scale all across the country, this seems like an actual method to get it done, because then you could utilize local labor, you could utilize unions, and there's literally going to be folks physically working all across the country. That sounds like it would create jobs. Doovid, thank you so much for teaching me that method.
Yeah, but the cohesiveness is saying that, so decades ago when we created the infrastructure, or our parents did, that they had a house in the suburbs as the end fruits of their labor, or like a condominium.
The American dream doesn't feel
building.
real to a lot of folks. That is true.
Well, even
if
it is,
sad,
they're saying
yeah.
like that it's collapsing, and so now we're talking about fixing the infrastructure. So it's like, okay, I'm in the suburbs already, like I have the house, and it's the roads that so the people who laid the roads so that we could get here, and create the infrastructure, they had a house at the end of it. So now we already have the house, and we have the collapsing infrastructure. So we're not talking about laying new lines, and the people who laid the lines did it in order that they would be able to have a house. Now we're talking about fixing the lines so the houses we already have will have stable power. And even if you could intellectually, like my dad is like, saying, why don't we just bury the cable? So like, across Metro Detroit, we have some mass project, even just something like cutting trees, in order that each time there's a storm, the trees don't fall on the cable and we don't have mass power outages.
I got to interject real quick, Doovid, because I actually got to completely steal, man, what you were saying. So about 7 years ago, we ended up having a massive ice storm over here. Power was out for like a dozen or so days in some places. Some of my buddies actually literally slept over downstairs, because over here, some of them, it's a newer development. Some of the lines are actually underground. However, about a week before that storm, it was seasonably warm. I was out running with one of my friends who was an exchange student from Czech Republic. And he was asking me, he's like, Memes, he's like, why do they put the lines so close to the trees? Because over in Czech Republic, they they don't have the lines right next to the trees. They either bury the cables or they do a bunch of tree work. And I'm like, well, Lottie, I think it's because they feel like it's actually cheaper to actually try to fix things when the tree lines go down rather than do tree maintenance over the years. And about a week later, there was a horrible ice storm and power went out all across the region.
Yeah, because they did it like 30, 40 years ago, and didn't think about it then, or they thought about it. They thought about it then, and it's like, yeah, like, when it gets to that point, we'll certainly be able to deal with it. But now we're at the point, so when they built the suburbs and they were planting the trees or building the power, and now 30 years later, where you have just tens of thousands of trees that are growing into the power lines, and then it's just monetary where electricity.
Who wants to be the one that spends the money or suggests we spend the money to do this to take away from potential profits? It's like, I don't think
who's going to do it also. Yeah. And it's saying that the labor, who are you going to turn into the labor? So it said like 30, 40 years ago, when it's like, well, who's going to, lay out the power infrastructure, who's going to build all that stuff? It's like, well, Americans are, because they're going to, get a house at the end of it. It's going to be, they're going to see it. It's going to pay. Americans are going to see that they're going to work there, and then they're going to get a house, and then they're going to be able to fill up their house with a bunch of stuff. And that, like me and you, today that we work in fields that help people fill up their houses with a bunch of stuff. To this point now, who is going to bury all the cable? Who's going to work those jobs? And there's no vision anymore for that. Like, at the end, I'm going to get a house or something. That we're already past that point. So it's really just money. And, so like, no one wants to do it. And the only reason anyone would do it is because they got to make some money. And the society is largely collapsed to that point where you're not going to be able, like, Biden, the infrastructure plan, even if they could throw hundreds of billions of dollars at it. And like, so if Governor Whitmore all of a sudden gets a $50 billion check to, bury the power cords around Metro Detroit, there's so much fraud and corruption in the system that it wouldn't be possible. Like, you'd have to just give the money to the electric company, and like, no one likes the electric company. And then it's just the construction labor. Who would actually do the work? We don't actually have qualified people to do the work. We would have to import like foreign laborers to actually do the work.
I completely disagree with you. Because I know and talked to a lot of folks that do the work, and they're willing to do the work. But I think one of the issues is, and maybe it's I got nothing wrong with reasonable regulations, and don't get me wrong, there are a lot of regulations that are there, and there are a lot of reasons for them. But it's just, if we make it extremely difficult, and if we're not necessarily as thankful, and people are kind of looking down on certain folks, it's like, oh, you didn't go to college like a lot of other people to potentially get this particular degree to study these different things. If we're kind of like almost hating on the folks that are there to like build in certain instances, as well as maintain and actually repair when things go down, it's like, I agree with your.
They just don't exist anymore. I'm saying I'm not saying like, if like hating on the people. I'm saying it was a previous generation of people.
It was more of a drive, labor, I would say. Sorry.
And there's no younger, and we're already talking for decades. The problem, didn't just pop up. It's came up over decades. We're saying that the people who did those jobs are either retiring or past. They're in their 50s, where they have injuries or physical things
the literal
prevent them. And the next generation just doesn't. There is no new generation that knows how to do that stuff, and the possibility of like training a younger generation to do those things basically close to zero from my expectation.
Well, when you teach kids
obviously
not
there's
to
still
trust figures of authority, and you commit civilizational suicide, this is the result of that.
Well, it's decline of empire, like we talked. When I first started streaming, I was saying that we're
like,
on.
What is that supposed to mean? Decline of empires.
We're on the waning end
of. To me.
Well, I'm saying we're on the waning end of empire, and besides for God forbid, things like violence or political collapse, infrastructure collapse is one of the major things that just can't be done. It can't. That there is no one to fix the roads. You could throw money at it. You might be able to, make new gadgets, but like here in Michigan, there just is no one to fix the roads. There's a handful of people that do it, and you could try to raise large amounts of budget and come up with more people to do it, but at the end of the day, there's just not enough people to fulfill the task. And if it's like a labor force, if you want, like I didn't prepare, but if you want to Google the demographics of the labor force, it's just not the same as it
Don't you
was.
find that ironic? Like the population of the United States is way higher than what it used to be, yet there's less of a skilled labor force. Doesn't that seem
Yeah,
weird?
It's a
hearing
factual
Detroit has
change in the demographics of the labor force. That's the main, like from economic point of view, that's the main point I'm trying to make, is that the change of the demographics of the labor force is untenable to maintain the infrastructure. That the current demographics of the labor force mean it's impossible to maintain and fix the infrastructure. And we're already at the point where we for the past 10, 20 years, we've been importing foreign labor to do this. And, that's unsustainable on its own level for various reasons. And so we're basically like screwed, God forbid, and saying that, what Dr. Dutton was saying, like expect to see more of this, like, floods, power outages, and if a couple like maybe global warming, also, coupled with it is, like we keep on getting warmer and more storms and higher winds and weather disruptions. And is it likely caused by global warming, possibly environmental damage? And, so you're having coupled effects of environmental things that weren't foreseen decades ago, and demographics of the labor force that the people just don't exist to do the needed jobs. And even though you have very smart people and you may, to some extent, abilities to write really big checks, you just don't have who to write those checks to, who could do the
So,
jobs.
country founded 400 years ago is now collapsing.
Well, for multiple reasons. So I'm mentioning the infrastructure because, like, the country was founded 400 years ago, but saying that like the railroads were laid 120, 130 years ago, and but we don't use that much rail. The roads were built largely after World War II. Things are approaching the end of their useful life. So, like bridges, bridges were probably built mostly in America, like in the 50s and 60s. If you're talking about suburban houses and strip malls and commercial residential buildings, those were built like 30 to 50 years ago. So from an engineering perspective, you have the end of the useful life of various items. So like obviously the country's 400 years old, but the varying infrastructure isn't 400 years old. I mean, the national highway system was mostly built in the 50s, and like I was saying, like the suburban building boom across America is about mostly happened in the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Yeah,
And
almost
so that,
like it wasn't sustainable.
you knew that
everything
when we
like
built
Doooovid
it,
was
we
saying
knew the
has a useful life. Right. No, that's no, I agree with that. It's like I'm not necessarily sure about like the demographics and everything. It just sounds like Detroit has like a skilled labor shortage. It's again like over here in the
everywhere.
Commonwealth,
The
my
Surfside building
experience
collapse.
is different.
Surfside building collapse had
now-
the 40-year mandatory, building that they did the mandatory 40-year engineering review of the building, and it wasn't good, and it was just like it's going to cost $15 million to fix. But they knew
so
that 40 years was like essentially the end of the useful life of the building, and they had the required engineering review. So we know, like across the nation, we have the state of the infrastructure, and they rate it. It's like C, D, all across the country. In Michigan,
we need to do something about it, but a lot of folks don't necessarily want to for whatever reason. It might be probably very often because they don't necessarily want to expend money for programs to actually update this. But my big thing is,
I'm saying it's not that simple. I'm saying like no, there is not like I don't know. I'm not even sure that we could do anything about it. Saying the fact that we have, we already misplanned it, and we already have huge amounts of infrastructure that are past their useful life. So like at this point, we're already in deep doo-doo. We already have the majority of our infrastructure past its useful life. And just now that buildings are collapsing and we can't fix the road. We're like thinking like, oh, what could we do? It's like, no, not much. We're like, God forbid, we're in a really bad situation because all of our stuff is already past its useful life, and even if we all pulled together and all tried our hardest, it's still unclear we would be able to do anything about it. I'm not saying you should be pessimistic, like
Yeah, this is sounding ultra black pilled. Is it possibly due to the no more Doooovid medicine? You've taken a turn for the
well,
more.
no, I knew that's why I was on the medicine, because like I knew this stuff. Like I went to school, I read the report.
That's why I just took my medicine. No, all I'm saying is I'm literally hearing, it's like I'm not hearing Doooovid saying it's black pilled. It sounds like we're reaching for the black pill. Within the next 40 years, it will be in our mouth and we'll be swallowing. That's kind of what I'm taking
saying
away.
it's coming this decade.
Okay.
I mean, it's like the Young Turks, saying like he came from Turkey, and there it happened all the time that like roads would not be fixed, and they'd be like months or years, or there'd be certain roads that were just like out of commission, and you couldn't take because there were potholes that eventually became sinkholes and just didn't get fixed, or the power would go out and you might not get power back for months, and it was like you're living in a second, third world country because because you couldn't have a guaranteed maintenance of infrastructure, and saying that so the Young Turks was saying about the building collapse is becoming like that in America, and so that so if you're in Metro Detroit and it's like, oh man, there's a power outage, and we're having more power outages, and trees keep on falling, and what could we do about it? And it's like, well, at this point, there are tens of thousands of trees that are like right up there in power lines, and the labor force, so basically all you could do is wait till it happens and then fix it piece by piece, and there is no like coalition, there is no coming together to have some sort of mass bearing the electric lines or cutting down thousands of trees.
There are tree crews. It just requires the resources expenditure to actually and the willpower to actually do that expenditure to get it done. And it seems like we're just fighting over like other little things where it's like it looks like a lot of our infrastructure is starting to slowly crumble, like literally, and people are dying.
What I'm saying, but it's not like I'm not warning you of something that like you're saying.
Oh, it's happening. I agree. I agree
that we're at the point. Like I graduated. Like I've been going. Civil engineering. The reports. SEMCOG here in Michigan, Southeastern Michigan, coalition of governments releases their annual report on the state of Michigan's infrastructure. There's organizations across America that do it, and bridges, roads, houses, commercial buildings across the nation are past their useful life in a state of, God forbid, immediate danger.
How do we fix it? What would it take? What happens if we were able to have a scientific revolution?
I'm
hitting at a transition topic. I want to talk about science. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, scientifically, if you're saying like, okay, if you're in Boston and you look at the engineering report and you say that 50% of the buildings are already past the useful state of life and are a money pit at this point, to trying to fix them is economically a bad move. They have to be torn down and rebuilt. But it's saying like it's already too late. You can't tear down and rebuild 50% of Boston, and people already live there. And so these buildings.
We've been doing it. Dude, all I know is like when I first had jury duty when I turned 18, and this was probably, oh my God, this is going on almost 20 years now. I remember going down to Boston in the morning, and the road I went down in the morning did not exist by the time I left jury duty in the early afternoon. What I'm saying is, and again, I can't aggregate this out to the rest of the country, but at least in some instances, we have been doing this over the years. Are we doing as much as we should? I have no idea. But what I'm saying is, it sounds like over here in the greater Boston area, things are a bit different than it is over there in Detroit right now. That's kind of what I'm hearing, and I can assume the rest of the nation is going to have a whole bunch of different scenarios depending on where you are. And it's very unfortunate that
we have different. I mean, so Detroit has Michigan has certain issues related to like the
The water and everything.
frost thaw cycle of the roads that it goes between freezing and so many times that the roads are especially bad, and also we allow heavier trucks. So like
Expansion.
roads are specifically an issue, but I'm talking about the useful life of bridges. That's basically universal across all of America because of the National Highway Bill, or most of the bridges, not just in Boston or Michigan, all across America were built in the 50s and they're past their useful life. If you're talking like the suburbs, commercial, like strip malls, commercial residential buildings were mostly built everywhere in America in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and now are past their useful lifetime. So that's nothing unique about Michigan. It's the same in Boston. It's the same in Surfside, Florida, Miami, because that's when buildings were built across America.
Let me steel man your argument for the moment. Because all I know here in the greater Boston area, we had this wonderful project called the Big Dig. It was initially planned for something like, I don't know, like
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
5 to 7 years and like $2 billion. And about like 19 years and $17 billion later, we have a leaky tunnel and a pretty bridge. It's very pretty.
Yeah, so I mean, you had one huge project that like was meant to relieve
Oh, it went
traffic.
horrifically, man. That project looked to get, again, in my opinion, I don't necessarily know this, it seemed to get milked for everything it was worth.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe you have like,
And
Tesla,
then
you
some.
have Elon Musk and his tunnel project in LA or something. Like you have a few mega projects like that, and usually even those don't work out that well. But saying the majority of the roads and bridges in Boston were probably built in the 50s. So you had one mega project like that, and it was largely a failure. And the rest of everything else is still was built in the 50s.
I think we did well, even though we're not driver friendly. You take a look at the meme of like New York versus Boston, the overhead map of New York, laid out in a nice grid, because we want you to know how to get to where you're going. It's like Boston, built on a lot of cow paths and everything. It's like, because F you. But
Did you
it
see the
had
pictures of I don't know if Jennifer even you don't have to pop it up, but the pictures of the flooding in the subways in New York
from the hurricane.
just this week?
Oh, again? Even that
Yeah.
year? Oh, because I remember
You
Superstorm
sent me
Sandy
that
shut
link.
down.
I think I did check that out. Like there was one where water was coming in. It seemed to be coming in down the stairs and sort of puddling at the
Okay.
bottom.
I mean, there was flooding in New York a few years ago related to a hurricane. Is Claire
Superstorm
banned in your
Sandy,
chat?
yeah.
Is that why she's messaged me on Facebook? Because she's banned in your chat?
Well, she was been banned for a while for harassment.
Okay, well, yeah, she just keeps on messaging me random stuff.
Well, what does she want?
I don't even know. I mean, just random stuff that.
Does she want to
yeah.
come on? I mean, if you want, I can bring her on. If you want to talk to her, that I mean, I'm not like
No, I'm probably about to wrap up. If you and Memes want to carry on, please do. But like, yeah, I might kind of ramble, and I think anyone in America, or even probably the West in generally, I'm not sure. My guess is probably Australia, New Zealand, Canada probably have similar infrastructure related issues. That there were probably mass buildings in 40 years ago. That these are global Western demographics, and you're just being passed infrastructure. Like Japan and Germany might be a little, because Japan after World War II, you're rebuilt, or even China now, different issues that have younger, better infrastructure, like Korea, and certain benefits of more modernized recent infrastructure. And the cities have already been overbuilt, so you can't really tear down a city and build a new city. You could try to build a new city someplace else, but you can't even really do that because the cities are all geographically in the most logical sense. That New York, Detroit, Boston, largely related to water and geographic reasons why the cities are where they at, and there's nowhere in the city left to build. It's already been built, and they're already filled with mostly infrastructure that's past its useful life. So you'd have to tear down like half of Boston and rebuild it, which is impossible. And therefore, we're screwed, and to a certain extent. Not saying like, saying like, if you're better off than other, like, you could be a little bit more intelligent, and try not to be in a building that's about to collapse, or move out a little, thoughtful, or have a little bit more foresight, because it's not like buildings across Boston are going to come collapsing. But if you're stuck living in a money
hopefully,
pit,
well, the thing is, it's just like that's why you do building reviews and you do the
but the problem
updates.
is you're stuck in a money pit. That if you're in,
Well, then you
because
sell.
Boston, 50% of Boston is probably already past its useful life, and if you're in one of those buildings that's past its useful life, it's a bad investment. It's a money pit, because you just have to keep on pouring money into it, and it's going to become more and more, and it's basically impossible, at the current state, to tear it down and start anew. So you can have a little bit of foresight and recognize, okay, like, I'm in a money pit and I got to get out and move on. But
You also don't want to get to that
half of the
state.
half of the people are going to be in a situation that they can't, because of half of Boston's past its useful life. That maybe you could have a little bit of foresight and move to a better location that's going to suffer less problems. But everybody can't do that, because that's half of Boston.
Is that why every time I go down to Boston, I see like mass renovations going on?
But they're largely money pits. What I'm saying, because they're
Well, somebody would
it's-
sell to another seller, and then they would get a buyer. Maybe if there's taxes or something, maybe the city or something would say, "Okay, we have this property. There are back taxes and stuff on this, but we would rather actually have this property in a paying taxpayer's hands to generate some revenue than rather have it accumulate." Just because, like, even one of my friend's dad up here north of Boston, he did certain things like that with different places, different towns. He would actually negotiate them. He's like, "Listen, this thing right now, it's not generating money. It's just getting worse. There's however many X thousands of dollars or something there. I'm willing to make a deal. I'm willing to invest. I happen to be a skilled laborer that knows how to do these things. I'm a master carpenter. Let me do this thing. And then you'll have, whether it's me or somebody else, somebody will be paying property taxes on that." So it's like you can be reasonable. But what I hear what you're saying. And again, I realize that my experience here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is probably very much different than many other folks across the rest of the country. And I totally acknowledge that. So, I'm just saying.
And we could continue this and say next week, probably, be fasting and mourning the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. So we might have to, if Jennifer wants to do a stream separate, if there's reason to, we can. But if there's, nothing to stream about, no reason to push it. But you're saying, like, it's easier to settle the frontier in a certain way than to repair the frontier. And once you have overcrowded cities, that it's not that easy to, and strap budgets and large lack of workforce and various things. It's not that easy to just start tearing down buildings and replacing them with better ones. And it's actually almost near impossible. That usually doesn't work that way. That's why you have the rise and fall of empires. Because it's easier to build an empire than to repair an empire in certain ways. Claire just messaged. She's like, she's happy to come on if you want me to give her the link. I'm not sure if you do, but yeah, I probably should sign off. So
Not if you're getting off. No, I've got nothing to say to her.
Yeah, so let me get some sleep, so I'll be able to help my mom bright and early tomorrow morning. So thanks for coming on,
Say hi to your
Memes.
mom for us, Doovid, and I hope that you're helping her. You say you're helping her move? Hope it goes well.
No, actually, we're having construction at the house, and my mom
okay.
She just has to. She has a doctor's appointment, so I just have to be there for her.
Oh, that's very nice of you. That's awesome.
Hi, Mama Doovid.
We're having carpet taken out and hardwood floors installed.
That is awesome. Because then you get way less dust problems and cleaning up. You just pass a broom over that. I just did my kitchen floor. It used to be this. I don't even get to say what it used to be, but I can sweep it super easy now. I'm ashamed of what it was. Just
sorry, these things happen.
Okay, so have a great week, and thanks for coming on, Memes, and be in touch, and thanks for tuning in, everyone.
Yeah, so it'll
Peace
be
out,
no
Toby.
week in review next week, and we'll be back to our regular schedule week after. So yeah, we can go back to talking about science. I don't know if you wanted to talk about the debate that I had over the Big Bang, or if you saw it.
Oh, I didn't. I was driving back from Pennsylvania. I apologize. I was engaging in games journalism over this past weekend. I covered an Amico event, and television came out with the Amico, which is a newer version of their retro, I believe it was an 80s console and everything, geared more towards like kids, families, and stuff, and folks that may like some of those retro games. It was fun. It did what the CEO said it was going to do. Is at the top of my list? No. PS5 at its current price point still is at the moment. So
I don't really
That's
care
fine.
about any of this stuff.
I know. Okay, so speaking of science, I did not catch it. How was it? What were the positions?
It was just about whether the Big Bang was scientific, and I said no. And my opponent is, I think he's like 20. He said he was 25. Not even sure what he does, but he's like one of these people who reads physics books for fun.
Okay.
So it was actually fairly stimulating.
Now, when
It didn't go like, I don't know how many of these online debates you watch, but like some of them end up as like, what do you mean by real, man?
I
What do
love
you
those
mean when you
conversations. No,
say
those are the good
the?
ones. Those are more of conversations rather than a debate. Well, I don't know.
No,
People's
they're like a
differentiation.
fake debate. They're like a fake debate. It's
Oh.
like, let's argue over something that's not actually related, not actually what we agreed to argue about. That's like a semantic digression off into the weeds, right? Like he was trying to, what was he? He tried to do it a few times, but I just wasn't gonna let him Socratize me. I said, don't try to gaslight me with the Socratic
Don't
method.
Socratize me, bro.
Well, it's kind of like, let's just skip to the end.
No,
It's
it's a
like,
good.
I'm full up with these lines of questioning that are you going in circles trying to get me to like
Right.
sneakily trick me into agreeing with you, or some other thing, like trick me into
Loop
contradicting
around
myself.
till you cross over. Yeah. No,
Well, have you
I
seen
usually
Jay
do that.
Dyer's debates?
I have no idea who that is.
He's like a Christian. He's like apparently he's changed religions like 5 times or something, like different sects of Christianity, but he's basically like, I don't know. He likes to debate occasionally, and his strategy is basically like to expose other people's reasoning as logically inconsistent.
Okay.
And I
Well,
just don't
I
really
mean that's
like, how
that's
far
not a
does
bad.
that go? How far does straw manning someone's position and then extrapolating it into absurdity really? How far does that go to actually convince people?
Well, is he straw manning or is he actually making like a coherent argument, being like, okay, here's your principle on this, and you violated here?
You could kind of argue that any representation is a straw man to some extent.
Yeah, I think that's what the best way to do that is kind of just get the person to state unequivocally what the heck they actually mean by
But then
something,
you
and
end up
you would need a
defining
very
words.
particular example.
Then you end up stuck on what words mean. It's like, well, it depends what the definition of is. And then you end up in a metaphysical discussion that no one's ever had before. So like, you don't want to be having a metaphysical discussion for the first time in the middle of a debate, but that happened recently with like these people. I think one guy was like evolution and one guy was, I don't know, whatever the Christians call it, not creationism, whatever they're calling it now. Intelligent design, excuse me. So there's a debate about that, but it ended up on a big tangent about like the limitations of the scientific method.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily sound. That actually sounds like a pretty productive conversation, in my opinion, just based upon what you've told me there. I think, and again, what you're
It's not
kind of
productive to have
describing.
a debate. Like if you can't even focus on a debate to stay on the topic of the debate throughout the entire debate, this is part of the Flynn effect thing. It's not a good sign if people can't remain focused on it. If they don't know enough about a subject to debate about it for an hour, it's not a good sign, is it?
So you kind of feel like he was just kind of gaslighting.
I'm not saying gaslighting, but like people are willing to go on these tangents. Like the fact that people are willing to have a 20-minute digression about a metaphysical subtlety, about like, what do you
he was
mean
drawing
when
it
you
out
say
into the
real?
weeds in order to avoid actually having to continue on, where at some point
It's a lot easier. Isn't it a lot easier to be like,
oh
well,
yeah,
what
no,
is
no, no.
time?
I mean, it's clinching in boxing. I mean, isn't that what it is?
Exactly. And it's like you get the vibe at some point that they're literally trying to steer the debate in that direction. So it's basically like bill it as a debate, but actually it just ends up being hair splitting about something, vaguely related to the topic at hand. I guess it's kind of what happened when I debated T jump, because that started off like that was never going to be anything, because you can't defend a negative the way you can defend a positive assertion, because there's no implications of a negative assertion that are valid, because there's more than one way for something to be for something to be the negative of something else. So there's
Well,
like an
you
implicit
could. I mean, you
metaphysics.
could also say the burden of proof is upon the person making the assertion.
That's another thing that people don't really understand, because people basically think that the debating is A, pointing out logical fallacies via Socratic inquiry, and B, sorry, what was the thing you were just saying?
Basically point it. What the heck was I just saying? This is why we have the internet, Jen. Oh, what was I saying? Oh my God, short-term memory is so terrible. But
Well, anyway, it was the thing you were just referring to.
no, we were talking about gaslighting, number one, and the second thing was, basically going off into the weeds in order to just kind of just like play it on everything. It's not necessarily gaslighting. You're kind of clinching to kind of just.
You're making it look like you're debating when you're not debating, because it's not
You
that
can ask
easy
questions forever
to.
and just kind of draw it out
Oh,
rather than
right, I
actually
remember. It
addressing
was
the
logical
conversation.
fallacies. People are obsessed with logical fallacies. Like, that's not enough, right? So logical fallacy. Oh yeah, and burden of proof stuff. People like, well, you have the burden of proof. It's like, if you can't tell
Right.
me, yeah, the thing I forgot was burden of proof. If you can't tell me how to define the burden of proof, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, who has actually looked at these uh, alleged logical fallacies and figured out if the fallacies have fallacies? No one, because people just want to have fallacies. They want to be able to make it look like they're debating without actually debating, which involves bringing an idea. And a negative assertion is not an idea, it's a negation of an idea. And that doesn't really make predictions in the same way that an idea does. Like, you can't test for ideological consistency when your axiom is a negative.
Well, that is also one of the counters to it as well. And it's just very often folks are like, well, this is the way we've done it in the past, so this is the way we are going to do it in the future. Or at least maybe it's worked for one point for them or the other there. But see, for me, it's like if I actually want to have a discussion, or maybe even I prefer discussing the topics and kind of just like bantering and just trying to figure out what's going on in instances like that. So all right, I don't necessarily agree with that, rather than draw it out for like 20 or more minutes, because all I know is I had a friend and he was debating somebody on, I think, I'm not sure if it was interracial related, something like that, a hot topic. No, reparations. It was reparations. That's what it was. And he spent about an hour and 8 minutes discussing what George Washington's teeth were made out of. Now, I love the guy to death, but all I know is after an hour and 8 minutes, and then basically coming to determine that most of President Washington's pairs of teeth were made from rhinoceros ivory, I'm just like, you kind of missed the whole purpose of having this discussion. It was supposed to be about reparations, not what George Washington. I hear what you're saying, and very often I say it's like, all right, I disagree with you, but for the sake of the discussion, I'm willing to concede. If that's what you believe, by all means, let's move on. Let us continue.
Right, but
I
that's
mean,
not
as
how a
long, I mean,
debate
if it's
works. A debate involves taking the other person's position and trying to refute it.
this is why I also did rephrase it as kind of more of a discussion
It's
as
a
well, because
discussion, right? Like,
in
or a
a debate,
lecture.
yeah,
It's a lecture. If you're learning and the other person's giving information, it's a lecture. It's a conversation if both people are giving information, and it's a
what
debate if they
was it an
both disagree.
official? Was it an official debate? Well, people can disagree in conversation all the time. I'm a highly disagreeable person. But I prefer a conversation, because it's like I don't necessarily know I'm
Because a
right.
debate is harder, and you don't want to do the work associated with how hard a debate would be, but you want the benefit of looking cool in a debate. That's the problem.
No, that's a fair point.
That's basically everyone's problem, and Jay Dwyer is the embodiment of this problem. Like, you think he's winning, then you're part of the problem, right? Like, you're shirking your duty. You're saying, well, I can come in and criticize what you say, but even though I don't know anything. It's not just you. It's just basically the attitude that all these debaters take, and it's like this is why you fail. This is why you can't consistently win all your debates because you're always going to be there's always going to be something that you just don't grasp, or
You're right. I have no
nothing
idea
that
who
you
we're
do
talking
grasp.
about.
Yeah, so that's a problem, right? So how do you fix that problem?
I mean, I would watch it.
What? You can't.
I can.
No, you can't.
It's unfortunate.
Right. So you got to find someone who can and delegate it. That's really, then you can't delegate upwards, right? So you've got no options. And it's the same with the infrastructure thing. It's like this could have been solved if when the buildings were built, money was put aside for this exact purpose. But what do they do instead? This is, and well, I mean, the stupidest thing anybody could do, which is to have a committee in condos. A bunch of random condo owners who bought the condo probably because they didn't want the responsibility of a house are now going to be responsible for the mechanical and structural upkeep of a building far more complex than a house. And they're going to be the ones making the decisions via vote as to whether repairs get done. And you think that that has any chance in hell of working. You're crazy.
It works in some instances.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So it's like you want to dream about this non existent utopia where maybe people are competent. How's that working out for you?
I like sunshine and unicorns farting sprinkles.
It's just like it's empty words. It's like maybe on some other planet, everyone's competent and people care about stuff. Like, do you know how much time you'd have to put into caring about a building that size?
It's a lot. No, I used to work facilities. It's a lot of work.
Well, if you just think about what is the ground doing, right? Like, should we even be building these large buildings on areas that are prone to earthquakes? Well, you can, but then, yeah, you're going to have these huge problems down the line that you have. I mean, what are you going to do?
High levels of water, erosion, and everything like that. It's all I remember is from Monty Python, one of the kings. He's like, they said you shouldn't build a castle in the swamp. I built it anyway. That one sank into the swamp. So I built it again. That one burnt down, fell over, and then sank into the swamp. But the third castle stood.
Yeah, so it's an attitude
we don't
thing.
want them to.
If you have
collapse.
the attitude from the beginning that you're going to maintain the thing, you put money aside to save up in case you need to rebuild it, and you give it a finite lifetime. If you're going to build it like shit, you say everybody has to move out on this day because whatever we have to do for repairs, like think about it. If the cost of labor plus materials is more than what anybody in the market can afford to buy the fucking house, what are you going to do?
Oh, I mean, there's plenty of demo.
That doesn't answer my question.
I mean, a lot of folks will just sell off, or maybe they go bottom up, or they usually just try to get out of it. There are abandoned properties. That does happen.
Once that happens, you're basically stuck because there's no way to move any of these things. There's no incentive to build.
Sometimes, and this is what I was trying to communicate to Doooovid, it's like certain towns might be willing to work with you, be like, okay, you're going to do this here. Maybe we're going to waive some particular fees so you can do other things in other parts of this particular location.
Right, so you have to immediately appeal to communism. Oh, there has to be subsidies. They can't do it without subsidies. So they need help. They need subsidies. Oh, poor them. So it's like, that's just going to make it worse. Because you're chasing
we also look at the town's point of view. It's like we could have revenue where we just have these vacant properties. It's lazy real estate here. So it's like we could do this. We could get some money for something, or we could just sit here and be like, no, you got to pay this $80,000 in property taxes. And again, some places are like that.
Stable. Does it make sense for the price of houses to keep going up? No.
I mean, the average price in the United States for like a single family or something is like $400,000. That seems a bit overly expensive, and seems to put a lot of folks, at least the American dream, like Doooovid was saying, a lot of out of reach. It's like, and I wasn't necessarily, again, I was pushing back on Doooovid there, but much of what he was saying, it's like these are issues that, like you were saying, Jen, it's like we really should have been addressing this for a long time. And if things go unaddressed for long enough, you start seeing it crumble.
Look at what was addressed instead of this stuff. Look at what has been addressed instead.
Yeah, people are dead.
Well, it's just like we're focusing on minutia. Neuroticism over minutia, and this lying by omission from the media is like, it gives people this false sense of security that, well, if we're neurotic about this minutia, everything else must be fine. Because why are we worrying about this minutia if everything else isn't fine?
I forget what state it is.
Thinking.
Well, it's all I know is I was getting ready to do a news story that actually does seem quite important, and then I just skipped over it because, like you said, minutia. Apparently, I forget what state it is, but they were talking about their state death penalty because they couldn't receive particular agents. They were literally going to use the derivative of Zyklon B for their execution chambers. I'm like, is this really happening?
It's like, yeah, that really matters. That's so important.
I'm just saying,
because to solve anything important would cut in on someone's profit margins. And the way corporations are structured, it's actually illegal for them not to maximize their profits. So allowing corporate personhood shot civilization in the foot and then proceeded to drill more nails up its leg all the way through its torso and finally through its brain. You hamstrung yourselves by giving corporate personhood. There was no hope of a turnaround after that because now everybody's legally bound. All these corporations are legally bound to maximize profits. How far into the future do you think that these profits are being estimated? 25 seconds?
The discounted value of all future expected dividends. I believe something along those lines. I'm not a financial advisor. That's what I taught in business school.
Not more
than
well,
it's discounted further and further into the future, giving
the point
whatever.
Is that you're not making the same decisions if you're looking at a 20-year timeline as a 2-year, as a 2-month timeline, are you?
Most incentives for folks as far as very options and everything, yeah, they're usually more on like the 6-month or 2-year basis. Yeah.
So yeah, I could have told you that was going to happen way back in the day.
What's incentivized? It's yeah.
But it's
I'm just saying.
Instead of people listening to me, I've been ridiculed, treated horribly, treated as a subhuman, dismissed, railroaded, had tons of people just, no self-control for their jealousy of me and subsequent desire to destroy me. It's like Boltzmann killed himself. Yeah, I'm not Boltzmann, but I'm me, okay? You think the other people who are like me are going to have as much of a thick skin as me? When someone like Boltzmann killed himself, it's like a lot of people need to look in the fucking mirror and realize that they're the cause of this cultural rot that has made everybody more useless than they used to be.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
Oh, it's cool. I mean, don't be sorry to me. I don't even spend a single second feeling sorry for myself. It's other people I think like, holy shit, like they don't have the coping mechanisms that I do. What the hell are they going to do? They don't know to not listen to the garbage spilling out of people's mouths. They don't know how to do that. It affects them deeply. And eventually they become despondent and just check out of society and become resentful of the institution of society itself.
A lot of folks
keep going when there's this much hatred, abject hatred. You think something that
no.
like
no. I completely agree with you. It's like no, there's far too much hatred in this world.
It's like even if there is cohesion, it still might not work. But if there's no cohesion, it's definitely not going to work, right? Like even under the best of circumstances, sometimes things still fuck up. Like think about what was that thing? The huge meltdown, the nuclear plant in Japan.
Fukushima. Yeah, no, we had backup diesel generators, except being on the coast and having a tsunami of that size, it took out the diesel backup generators.
Yeah, exactly.
People are going to die because they stuck around to actually get the job done. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like, and to some extent, disasters like that become like with the scope, with the scale, they become less predictable. Like something like, imagine that one dormant volcano in the US went off.
We don't like to talk about our super volcano that's completely in the heartland of the contiguous United States. That if it went, that's good game for us.
But it's like, if that happened, no matter how rosy things were in the States, it's still.
Oh, basically, a lot of the planet is screwed.
So yeah, people are just
If only we could do something about it.
people are self-destructive at the end of the day, but they don't understand, because they're ignorant. They don't understand why the behavior is self-destructive. So it's just like, it's a race to destroy everybody, and then it's like everything's falling apart. It's like, well, no kidding. Your whole culture centers around being at everybody else's throat for all time.
We're so busy fighting amongst ourselves that we're letting so many things go that you start having crumbling infrastructure. Literally, people are losing their lives, and the longer and longer we ignore and continue to fight amongst ourselves, things are going to get worse. We're going to hate each other more because things are going to continue to get worse. It's a perpetuating cycle. So how do
what
we
people
actually
don't realize
fix this?
is that you actually have to kiss the ass of civilization builders, because you can't fucking do it. So the whole railing on people for being better than you thing has to be completely 180'd to kissing their ass, or things will just keep getting worse. Because I'll help, even if I'm getting a lot of shit. Because I think, right, like, honestly, it's a pretty good balance. Like, I get way more positivity from people on the internet, which I super appreciate, than negativity. But the negativity that I do get, a lot of people would give up.
You've provided me, or at least shown me, the most logical model for how basically within God's universe you could literally have the creation of life from basically just like chemicals and stuff. Like your actual like little video and everything. I'm looking at this, I'm like, this seems completely logically consistent, and I haven't seen anything better. I
Oh
mean,
my
if you're
God,
gonna
thank you
take
so much. That means so
I'm just
much
saying,
to
if
me, honestly.
I watched that. I'm literally like, I'm sitting there, I'm just like, this. I mean, this makes sense to me and everything. And even if you go back to scripture and everything, it's like, all I know is to try to explain. It's like, all right, you have this electromagnetic wave that ends up being captured within this particular particle here. And given like the sheer fact that everything was just set up so perfectly to have that liquid water there, to have the gravitational force of the moon literally churning it and everything like that, I'm like, all I know is saying that God created man from the earth. I mean, logically, it seems to be consistent without getting into like, I don't know, like high level modern physics that I'm just saying we didn't have the Large Hadron Collider back then.
Yeah, exactly. We wouldn't have had any use for that information either.
Well,
And
how are
it's
you going to
still not
explain that in a
clear
way
that
that
we
makes
do.
sense to people at all? It's like God created. It's like I just sit there and I just look at that model and I'm like, wait a second. This electromagnetic wave that you have the perpendicular. I'm like, wait a second. Isn't DNA a double helix or something? So things are starting to look familiar.
Because yeah, like without this model, we're drowning in a sea of chaos. But with the model, chaos is merely an illusion, which is baked from the cake of the fundamental underlying order.
I like cake, but even more importantly than me liking cake is things like this help give people hope, and that's very important. That's why it's like I like talking to you, and like I'm going to have that gentleman I keep talking about, Thad Roberts, on next Saturday at 1 p.m.
Are you
And
serious?
it's just like,
Oh my God, I
yeah,
talked to him like just in a private call. He's so cool. It was so much fun.
dude. I mean, his story. It's like he's like kind of one of like those zany adventurers from like a lot of the movies and stuff like that. But like he's a real human being. It's pretty
It
chill.
is fucking awesome to be able to be part of something like this. If it actually.
Oh, you actually see. I wasn't sure if you were talking about him or somebody else in response.
No, I'm talking
there.
about.
No. I want you to talk to him because I'm like what he was explaining and what you were talking about there. I'm just like he briefly mentions the periodic table. I'm like, wait a second. Jen's basically got this structure and everything. The way she's laid it out, I haven't seen anyone else do. I'm like, if you could get like their powers to combine, I'm like, dude, I think exciting things are going to be happening.
Thank you so
saying.
much.
I'm sorry.
He's totally covered like
fangirling a bit.
he totally covered a different side of it for me. Like he's
Well, that's
more
why I'm saying the
platonic
angles
than
are
Plato, right? But the problem is
right.
that do you understand like any of that rope shit? Because I don't fucking I am lost at basically the first diagram. Like, where are the vectors in this? Like I get the basic idea that you're drawing equations from this geometry, but I cannot see how.
You need to watch that first video from like 3 months ago. It was the day before they released the Muon G. This is how I kind of got turned on. All I know is I think he was following Professor Keating or something. He liked something. I just literally moused over on Twitter. It's like oh like physicist or something like that. I'm like, all right. Oh, this guy seems to like things that I like. I followed him. Literally, I was going out for a run. I just see this random video, source code 7 or something like that. I'm like, oh, this was that physics guy. I click on it. I'm listening to it while I'm running. I'm like, if half of the stuff this guy is saying is true, I mean, this would basically be revolutionary. 12 hours later, I shit you not, pardon for the profanity, but literally the Muon G2 results come out. I just kind of like tweet at him, like, does this help your results? He's like, yes. I go home, I print out his predictions. I look at the Muon G2 results. I'm like, that son of a gun was right on. I'm like, what's going on here?
I know, it's fucking amazing. Like, he's basically disproving the existence of particles without even knowing it. He's like, here I go to rescue these particles. Oops, I proved they don't exist. But this
It's all
other
circles,
thing
bro.
exists.
It's all circles.
Well, because you have to get into like the metaphysical definition of what is existence, right? And then there's this like debate of to what extent does temporality inform existence? Does something lasting longer mean it exists more? And that's not a question I'm expecting you to answer. This is just like one of those questions that's hard to answer, right? Because some people already have a like definition where permanence and realness are synonymous to some extent. Like permanence is an attribute of realness. So like Plato, he would say that like the shapes or whatever, the perfect geometries, they're more permanent because you break shit. As you've told us many times, you could break shit in the material realm, right?
It's all I know is when he starts off and basically that first video, he's going over like the platonic solids, and he's just looking at like just the standard geometric relationships. He's like, no matter what happens, you end up coming down to like, what was it? It's like faces versus like the sides and the corners and the different vector spaces, and it always ends up being like a difference of 2. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait, what? There seems to be some form of asymmetry here. What is this dude doing? And then in the most recent lecture, when he did those 7 circles, he's like, oh, what's the basic geometry? It's like, well, it'll be a circle in a 2D plane. And he's like, well, how would you maximize this? I'm looking at this. I'm like, oh my God, I keep seeing Jen doing these. I think I put that in my application for the Wolfram like summer school. It's like based upon like my friend's Jen's, no, it was 1-year analysis of galaxies. Because I was totally going to shill urine like Thad's stuff on there. It's like, well, here's how you calculate the mass of an electron. Well, this might explain what's going on in these different galaxies and how they're spreading around. It's like, I was going to fully acknowledge, it's like, these aren't my ideas. These are just people I happen to come across on this great internet stuff. And see, this is how I think we actually truly help like get humanity to actually kind of like maybe take like a white pill proverbially or something like that. You got to give people hope. And this stuff is exciting me. And especially if you can help communicate in the masses in visual ways like you've been doing, like I start seeing Thad doing as well. Just the sheer fact that folks like, wait, things might actually get better. There might be new science, new technology we have that maybe, I don't know, maybe we're just not going to be around and just be like, oh my God, let's just hate on everyone because everything is so bad. It's always going to be bad. Maybe there's some hope for us. At least that's what I'm hoping for. That's my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Make life worth living again. A lot of people don't want to live. They've lost the will to live. And the will to live comes from the possibility of a better tomorrow. So it kind of comes back to what Doovid was saying there with his the best days of the United States are behind us. There's nothing to look forward to. It's like it's a crucial part to it. And that's where this level of guidance is so crucial because it's like, yeah, there is more. You could get better. You could learn this physics. You could do something that hasn't been done. Like Thad has done stuff that I never thought of. I wouldn't have been able to come up with what he came up with. And it's so interesting because our stuff's complementary. Like his basic premise, and I haven't fully transcended the hyperbolic figure 8 not complement thing yet, but I understand that to start building it, you take a tetrahedron, so like a four-sided polygon, and you reduce the length of the sides to 0. I'm still okay. Don't fucking ask me what that means. Is I'm still like, this is my like brain trying to like trying real hard to
Everything
wrap
balances
around
out.
this shit.
Everything balances. It either very often it either came to 1 or 0, and you're sitting there, and it's like, okay, if that just happened, okay, but if you do actually have the method via factoring to literally just start coming up with the Planck constants and being able to literally make these predictions and everything, it's like.
And I'm like, how did you choose your geometry axioms? He's like, I just went with what worked. I'm like, how many fucking hours did this guy is like Hercules.
It's well, I don't want to get into any detail. There's public information out there. I don't. All I know is the hyperbolic figure 8 knot. Apparently, this is something that people didn't even like conceptualize and figure out until like the 70s. Because a lot of times, folks are going back to like sometimes the 1800s, sometimes different points. It's like, all right, if this is a newly figured out thing, and then during the 80s, primarily, it's like we're so focused on string theory because we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're spending all this time and effort. And don't get me wrong, we got some beautiful mathematics. And the sheer fact is, Dude Man comes out and he's like, all right, I'm not throwing away any of like the other stuff that people have done. He's like, this is exactly, he's like, because all these other folks have brought all this information, I've been able to start working on this and been able to start conceptualizing. And apparently a lot of this, he actually learned using Wolfram Alpha, I believe, because he's just like, you can plug it in and you can start seeing all the different causal relationships and see all this different information and actually start to model these things and start to see these different relations. And I'm just like,
so amazing. Because like, don't you think that Wolfram really kind of does deserve a tip of the hat just for how much he's like
the amount he's brought to society? I mean, power to him. I mean, even just those live streams, it's like I'm learning all these different things there. I think that was where I ran into you.
I know. I just love the idea of like, basically it's not even like a lecture. It's like literally a graduate seminar type thing where the prof is like, oh, what the hell am I thinking about right now? And the students are interject like, oh, maybe this is what you mean. Like it's a beautiful thing.
Oh, it's so beautiful. I'm sorry. I was a big Harry Potter fan. I was totally getting like, I'm looking at like Professor Wolfram is like Dumbledore, and then like Jonathan over there is like Harry Potter. Again, I apologize for my British racism there, but I'm just like, I'm looking at the model. It's like, but sir, but professor, it's like, here are these reasons. And oh my God, I have so many things I need to clip and everything. It's like, well, according to this, it's like 0 divided by 0 equals 0. And then Dr. Wolfram's like, that's crazy. I don't know.
We finally figured it out. We know the answer to 0 divided by 0. Hold the presses.
I have no idea. All I know is I just see all these smart people out there. I see so many of these, even the Institute for Advanced Study and stuff like that.
Force the basic geometry of particles through the same method as like anybody using machine learning, which is brute force. And the amazing thing is that he got an exact answer through brute force. So just as I predicted some time ago, the thing that's going to trump all the AI is human plus AI.
Well, that sounds like exactly what happened.
It's fucking awesome, isn't it? And we get to be here like in on the ground floor kind of springs to mind, doesn't it? You're just like, you're the connoisseur of fringe science. I don't want to say fringe because it's like, I think a lot of the stuff's intuitive once you're exposed to it, but you're the what is the word? The connoisseur of
all I know is I see these things and I'm like, I'm hearing almost all these exact same things, and I need to show you a screenshot about something in a second. Like even a lecture posted like a day or two ago, I take a screenshot 2 hours in, and they're talking about the infinity category and attempting to model and everything, and
it's
then all of a sudden,
hundredth monkey effect, man. Quantum mechanics is being demonstrated. Non-local consciousness effects are being demonstrated right before your eyes.
I'm starting to think like the wave function itself, because all of a sudden it's like, all right, I'm seeing these things talking about these same things.
Full of all these ideas. Ha ha ha! You just don't know how quantum mechanics works.
It's really creepy. It's really creepy in a lot of ways.
No, don't be creeped out by it, please. You should just think thank you, because now ignorance is leaving my body. Because the creep factor, the positive spin on the creep factor is once you transcend it and you're just like, oh, it was just the wrong axioms, and then everything else is in the place. You get the quiver of the cringe, but then you just let it go, and then it doesn't come up again because you're more sort of correct.
Well, the problem with that, I started to feel a little bit of that the other day, and then immediately following, I'm just like, oh my god, now I have even more questions, and these questions seem like I'm just like, oh my god, well, how does this actually function? How is this actually built into like the fabric of reality? How does it all fit together?
That's
I
the
keep
hilarious
on.
part, is that Thad doesn't even know why he chose his axioms. I'm like, so how did you deduce these axioms? He's like you said, brute force it up. Not MATLAB, sorry. Wolfram.
I listened to
Like,
something from no,
okay.
even 2 years ago, it sounded like things because he was talking about spin rather than temperature as well. So I think he was kind of going in one direction, and then he just kind of starts to notice it's like, wait, no, it's actually deriving this instead. These things are lining up, and if you're like you said, utilizing like human ingenuity with machine learning, which Wolfram Alpha totally is, I'm just like, this is lining up, and I keep on seeing. I'm like, wait a second, if this actually is obeying like the laws of entropy, it's like, all right, if this is like the minimal balanced like state
I'm
of
going to
basically
call
a
it right
twisted
now. I'm going to
circle.
call it right now. What is it? The quantum gravity is going to be quantropy. It's going to be integrating entropy, the concepts of entropy with. Because what he's doing, what is happening in that hyperbolic figure eight? It's oscillating, it's permutating through its various symmetries, right?
Well, as far as I understand it, and again, like my knowledge is limited. I haven't studied quantum fluid dynamics that much. It's
There are a
basically
finite
internally.
number of perfect decompositional symmetries in this object.
I just know internally it basically has two. I think he refers to it as deformations or derangements, and then on the outside there are three. And I'm like, wait a second, 2 and 3, aren't those like two of the lowest, if not lowest, prime numbers? Maybe excluding I. I'm just like, huh, that's interesting.
Well,
I just
don't get confused, because the object itself is not one-dimensional or zero-dimensional, right? So you have to take a more liberal interpretation of what is meant exactly by dimension here. But basically, the thing goes through all its possible symmetries, so it's kind of a model for an oscillating system. Because that's what light does. It fills up the entire system. And then the question is, how do we decompose this situation into thermodynamic microstates? Because once you get the microstates in terms of the state variables, you have your Boltzmann equation, which is basically
I do
that's
believe
quantum
that comes up at.
So
I think
the
that
laws
is,
of
yeah.
thermodynamics tell us a lot, right? There's a lot of information derivative of thermodynamics. If we can somehow pipe that information into the quantum stuff and understand that thermodynamics still applies to quantum systems. In fact, in a way, thermodynamics kind of axiomatizes quantization, because the quanta are the microstates, and you're integrating all the microstates together into a distribution to the macro state, and that's where k ln omega comes from, because omega is the microstates.
Was this maybe one of the missing parameters that we thought maybe might only really applied more and more of a macro scale? Like, is this something
Exactly. Well, what is it? CPT symmetry, is that what it is?
that 80 was it ASD CFT, something like that?
Yeah, I think it is actually
Electrophorodynamics or
charge
something.
parity time, CPT symmetry. So if you reverse the sign on charge parity and time, you get your identical system. It's basically this idea that collisions between particles, quote unquote, are 100% elastic collisions, which then means that your model is essentially recreating a classical system, which doesn't account for entropy, right? Because the classical
So,
system has a conservation of momentum, whereas entropy would say, well, some of that actual like moving momentum is going to be dissipated as heat, right?
so basically, by only Say that one more time.
I'm saying that as it stands, our current models presume there to be no friction on the quantum level. Like, how do we account for
Okay.
friction?
So we're not basically didn't really include potential thermodynamics at play on that level of the quanta.
We axiomatize the opposite.
Huh.
Yeah. But
No,
obviously,
no.
there's
It's
some
gone.
truth to it at the limit, because if there wasn't truth to it at the limit, then Thad's thing would never work. So, like, Thad's thing basically validates that there was something to this idea, but it also reveals that there's something more fundamental than time, space, etc. And the other cool thing that it does is it gives you the order in which the observables arise.
That was the thing that completely got me, because when I was watching that, and the amount that you kept on stressing circles and everything, and then he drew out those 5 points, and like the 0 point, and then this, that, and it just keeps going up, and I'm like, it's all circles, bro. It's all circles. And again, like, do I understand how that works? No. I'm trying to help, like, because he asked me, he's like, hey, well, how do you feel? I'm like, how much do I understand? I don't really understand what's going on. It's kind of more like, it's kind of a fog. I'm starting to see these images and everything.
Well,
I
you
didn't just want to
understand what
rip
we
off
need
the
to do,
Platonic
right?
cave. But
You understand what we need to do, right?
no.
We need to reverse engineer what axioms predict the hyperbolic figure eight. What assumptions make the hyperbolic figure eight the geodesic? Because it's
So
the hyperbolic figure eight is a solution to a question, which is what's the minimum entropy state of some canonical phase space, right? Because the minimum entropy state is always defined relative to a canonical phase space. If you change how you're looking at it, it changes, but there's only one per whatever you want to call it, thermodynamic system, or I guess
Well, I
system
mean,
is
I
the right word.
just geometrically, I mean, it's like the smallest possible balanced manifold.
Right, but we want to figure out what needs to be axiomatized for a manifold to be defined in the first place.
Yeah, well, I mean, just based upon that, I mean, that sounds like at least one of the laws of entropy seems to be pretty
No,
strong there.
entropy wouldn't apply here. These are your
Oh.
minimum entropy solutions. Because what happens to the speed of light? It's not affected by entropy. The maximum velocity of light is not affected by entropy.
Well, it's Planck length and
Unless you
a
want
little
to
bit
argue
Planck
that the
time.
ether is conferring entropy, but it's not like the type of entropy that we're used to, which is friction, which is basically slowing something down. Like light speeds up when it leaves a medium.
This is the thing that gets me, because I was thinking about this, and I think one of the videos I did, and I realize I do them kind of satirically in a way, but I always try to have a certain amount of actual, like, whether you call it fringe physics, new physics, or stuff like that, like incorporating some of the things that you've said, some of the things that Thad has said, and I'm just kind of like bringing it out there. I'm like, all right, if this literally was the fabric of reality itself, like, how would light affect that? And I'd watch something on knot theory.
No,
And
light arises from it.
Ooh.
That's why you can derive C from it.
Hi.
Because C is del X over del T, where del X and del T are the smallest possible time and space.
How does this even work, though?
It's all consequent to the coordinate system. It's a self-referential thing. It's like, why is this working? It's like, well, because that's how you phrased it. It's a consequence of your axioms that everything converges like that. It's just a question of what are the axioms? Because it is unclear to me how the axioms of these topological constructs, these ropes things, differ from the axioms of a vector space, and to what extent those differences are really significant. Because if we're dealing with an immovable mover, that's a pretty big claim. So it'd be super interesting because we could basically figure out, like, what's the axioms of metaphysical reality, because we actually have an object that plopped out right out of it. If indeed this stuff checks out, like I said,
Right.
I can't endorse until I've actually understood it myself to make sure it's all consistent. But from what I've seen so far, it seems very promising.
I just, when they were going over the infinity category, at some point, I think like 42 minutes in or everything, it's like, well, we don't necessarily know what this is, but we end up with 5. And I'm like, You mean like the 5 deformations that could be mass, length, charge, temperature, and time? I'm like, again, I don't know if that's what it is, but I keep on seeing these same things or things that seem to be quite similar in a way. And then folks not necessarily hand waving, but just very often saying, we have yet to determine what this might be or why this is the case. And I'm sitting there like, I feel like I have cheat codes and everything. Like, I feel like I have a game genie or like a strategy guide to something. Like, between
You
what Thad
seem
said
like you're
and some of
weirded
the
out
things.
by that fact. It's like,
No, I
you should
absolutely
be
love this.
super happy. It's like God
goal
mode.
for the internet.
Why the
This
fuck
is-
do you think anyone does this shit? Is to unlock God mode. You're like, yeah.
My brother remembers that in Doom 2. He still recites it to me on a fairly regular basis. And that was one of the reasons I want to go into the Wolf from Summer School. So it's just like, all right, just kind of like save something. It's like, how did you do that? It's like, well, will this work? It's like, well, how did this happen? It's like, well, you look at the wave function, you look at the Boltzmann analysis here. It's like, I don't know, does this make sense? It's like, I haven't studied this for years, but I just start to notice certain patterns and everything, especially when I hear folks that I feel like are very, at least being honest and everything. And it's like, all right, I haven't seen any of this important stuff that basically has been said. I'm like, I haven't really seen anyone disprove it at all. I mean, if it seems logical to me, I'm like, do I know if it's a truth? No, but I'm like, I haven't seen it falsified. I'm like, it seems to make sense. Is there a better explanation? Maybe I haven't seen it yet. I don't know.
So yeah, what
I'm
we can
excited.
do is, as a group, we can try to reverse engineer the axioms that can be used to deduce the hyperbolic figure eight, and make them explicit. Make it like a literal proof. It's like, if this, then this, then this. Boom, get the shape, and then the rest of the proof's already done by Thad, the Supreme Chad, aka Hercules.
No, I want to see you guys discuss like the periodic table, because he briefly references it there, and even at one point there, like when you were saying it was complimentary, he's like, "Well, we still don't necessarily know why this is the case." I'm like, I think I might know somebody that has a clue, maybe a couple.
I know, it's like the answer's too easy. 3 + 1. What? How could we have missed that? It's like, well, it's not self-evident. It's just simple. Simple and self-evident aren't the same thing. You know, it's easy looking back at it. It's like, but to figure it out in the first place, like, no, that wasn't obvious. But now that it's known, the information is like out there, and the 100 monkey effect is a real thing. So it'll be so fascinating, because now we can be like literal social scientists. We could be social scientists of science itself. And we get to follow these personalities. And that's like the best part in a way, because it proves my point that people remember things in a certain way, and having archetypal representation in an actual person really goes a lot farther than just some dry formula, no matter how true that formula is. So I hope we can get Thad to like live stream at some point. I haven't broached the topic with him yet, because I just sent him 2,500 words reviewing his book, and a lot of it was like my standard. So I'm hoping he doesn't hate me now. I tried to be encouraging, but I figured he wouldn't want me to be like condescending, so I just sort of did my usual commentary there.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, I understand. It's like, no, don't get me wrong. You give incredibly detailed responses, but depending on what's going on and the amount of time I have it, I'm just like, this is a very, very well thought out response. I need to wait till I actually have the time to actually go through and actually try to process this.
Well, we also we don't know the magnitude of the problem we're approaching a priori. So it may require us to reframe our own perspective. So this step you're describing here of just like digesting is part of it. And if that's not happening, nothing's going in. You're not learning anything. So this is not to you, but to people in general. If you want to learn this stuff, you have to sort of embrace the process, which will involve a lot of times of just sort of sitting there kind of like, I don't want to say dumbfounded, but being comfortable with, as Doovid would say, uncertainty, and not just the Heisenberg type.
Right. I mean, and again, it's just, I agree with what you're saying there. It's like, we go by, it's like, all right, if we actually have a way to lay out as powerful as the axioms as we can, with the information we have now, if we can do that, now we're establishing a process for continuing on into the future to build. and that's why I think like this is actually useful, and this would actually be a way to just give people hope and just like kind of get them off and be like, wait a second, we're learning these science things. It's like, wait a second, are you saying at some point you made it could actually be at Star Trek rather than just having, I don't know, just like maybe the worst ending of Cyberpunk Adventures? Not to be fair, I haven't played Cyberpunk, so that's probably
It's
a bad
kind of
example.
like unironic Star Trek, because when you're completely sort of engrossed in the process, you don't really have time for the sort of higher entropy states of consciousness. Like you can actually feel at least I can, energy getting drained when stuff is like goes into the territory of like drama and that. So you're just like, why would we want to talk about anything else? This stuff is all so cool. Like, do you understand what the basic method is? You brute force. I'll just talk you through it if that's okay. You brute
Yeah.
force with your data. Okay, you got to you got to obviously check your data first. The reliability of your conclusion is very much direct consequence of the reliability of your data. So let's assume we have reliable data. You brute force that, and you get to something simpler. Then you reverse engineer the simpler thing so that it predicts the result that was just brute forced. And then you figure out what axioms you need for the simpler thing to be true. And then you go back to where you started and re-axiomatize the simpler thing. And you just keep doing that over and over again until you get the steady state solution. So at each time you go back to where you started by converging the coefficients through your giant computing machine, aka machine learning, you can re-axiomatize. Because axioms isn't just about photons and protons. Axioms is about what you're assuming without measuring.
It's the base foundation of what we're building off of, and you want the strongest possible foundation you can, because that will allow you to continue to build higher and higher. I'm just getting like pictures from back in the day of a game I used to play where you had progressed to this dungeon, and then once you hit a certain point and you couldn't progress anymore, you would have gotten a bunch of gear. You then kind of like start over. You start at level 1 again, but you have all that you had actually acquired along the way. And then you build up again and you continue to go further and further until basically you can end up beating the game. Oh my God, we're attempting to beat the game. All I know is just what you laid out there. I mean, if only there was somebody looking to go around like I don't know, Professor Brian Keating, to take all these studies that may or may not have already been published, taking data on a very large scale and attempting to analyze it. And if only we had a tool like, I don't know, Wolfram Alpha and like the Wolfram Physics Project to, I don't know, maybe start to model this data, maybe utilizing Jonathan's method of, I don't know, maybe tracing different results and everything we're having and attempting to apply those for other models. If only we had the technology to figure this out. Oh God, I'm getting giddy.
Isn't it great?
This is wonderful. I absolutely love this. This is what gives me hope. It's like, and this is one of the things. It's like, again, I would analyze politics for this and that. And I feel like my soul draining. I keep on saying the same arguments, similar arguments. You're just changing the names and faces, and it's like we're using this because we don't like these people and everything. And I'm just like, I'm just gonna start paying attention to science and like going through here because it's kind of like it's my escapism because it's like I want to learn. I want to try to understand. And there are a lot of really smart people out there on this internet stuff and things. It's like I've had some incredibly great conversations with folks that just like seem to just like open my eyes up to different things. Now it's like, are you going to learn everything from every single person? No, but it's like you never know where a good idea may come from. And the sheer fact that we have this level of connectivity, I'm like, why are we spending all this time just hating on one another when we can be trying to solve for universe? I'm just like, this just seems like a much more worthwhile benefit of time. And if you could spend more time just trying to like ponder the ways of the universe and actually get excited about different things, it's like, I think that's more fulfilling than spending time just kind of like hating on folks for the sake of hating because he gets some quick lulls and everything. Again, just my opinion.
Just think about it like this, like based on precedent that's observable and repeatable, we should assume that whatever axioms we have that are tacit, i.e. the axioms we accept without subjectively acknowledging it, that they're not 100% correct. We should acknowledge that, and then we should use machine learning to try to deduce what the correct axioms should have been, and also acknowledge that it may require multiple axiom sets and a statistical distribution, right? Like, what if a system is modelable 20% by these axioms, 30% by those axioms, and 50% by this other axiom? Why not?
I
It's
mean,
not
we're gonna.
real. I mean, it's not real in the sense that it's real in the sense of the hyperbolic figure eight, but it's like that's the way you have to look at problems in order to solve systems that have multiple causes, aka pretty much any system that people are interested in. And we can see the consequence of what happens when you don't do that simple binary reductionist thinking, which just fans the flames of conflict, right? You're the bad guys. We're the good guys. Rah! Don't disagree because then I'll turn into the bad guy. Ha ha ha.
How dare you? But this is and I think I'm trying to conceptualize what you're saying is, okay, we need to model this in as many ways as possible to try to figure out and try to help derive the most solid axioms we can, and to kind of see the causal relationships and be like, okay, maybe there's something else here that we have yet to account for that
The
could try to
thing
help
is,
us.
what we're doing is we're accounting for every possible source of error so that if we have enough validated data, we can brute force our way to figuring out which error is operating in the space of all errors and zero in on fixing it. Because right now we've got like 5 errors. And they're all correlated errors. How do you start to pick out the individual errors? You can't, because you can't think past your own subjectivity. Like, how much of us is really no different from, like, I don't want to make people feel bad, but it's like we are not as smart as we think we are. But we should use the smarts that we have to sort of bootstrap our way up, right?
Well, I like to think of the goal of humanity is to level up.
Oh yeah, it feels great because then you have something to live for, and that's getting smarter and having an actual. It's not really a path; it's more of a method. There's no beginning. So it's like there's things that are harder than others, but really you have to sort of take it as an integral approach and just understand that you don't know anything at the beginning, but you know essentially what you're doing is breaking something down into something that it could reconstruct the attributes that you want, and then sort of narrowing in. There's only a finite number of possible errors that people can make because there's only a finite number of possible things people can think, especially when you're thinking about like breaking shit down into its basic elements, right? That's the whole point of that type of thinking, is to have very few ideas at the same time in order to find that deeper process. So like you got Mark complaining that like, oh, what do you mean I have to learn something to be able to engage with it? It's like, that's usually how it works. You learn the thing that makes learning other things easier. It's all by comparison. Everything is relative in your own mind. Everything's relative contrast. So by learning something ultra hard, you now have a point of reference that everything else you ever learn will be much easier than that one super hard thing you learn, and it boosts your confidence.
It's like every mental solve.
So it's like, do you want to learn the one really hard thing and then have everything seem easier by comparison? Or do you want to just rabble, rouse, and grumble on the sidelines and try to offer like really just unhelpful criticism? It's like, have you ever thought of this? It's like, yeah, I have thought of this. Have you? Yeah. Do you ever get that? Like people just throwing stuff at you like, did you ever think about this? And it's like the most cliched thing that like everyone already knows about. For really
I mean, sometimes, and again, I can be kind of dense at times as well. And my thing is, we really never know where a good idea may come from. And maybe they're throwing something that might be quote unquote cliche, or maybe seems like a standard thing. And maybe I've heard that before, But depending on how that idea is expressed, sometimes my mind is just going to jumping around in different directions as well. And perhaps the way that was expressed, I'm looking at it a slightly different way, and I'm like, maybe it just triggers it, or maybe I just completely forgot about something. Maybe I just completely misunderstood from the beginning, and then it was expressed in a different way that either now I know. See, I find information helpful. Do I find some folks just kind of throwing stuff out there that maybe it's like, okay, I have heard this again and again and again. And sometimes you find yourself answering the same questions again and again and again. So it's like, I find at that point, it's like, all right, rather than just making a video and like having an old school answering machine or something like that, it's like, try to say in as few words as possible something that's going to just help move on about this, and or have done a video
so you're
about it.
already learning how to do it. That's reaxiomatizing. That's where you brute force. So brute force comes about from having to answer the question a bunch of times, and then you're strategically reaxiomatizing, i.e., you're changing what you're answering to the question as a result of having been asked it so many times, so as to minimize the amount of time you have to spend answering.
Thereby to achieve the lowest entropy state. Yes, this has been going through my mind for a while about a number of the things that I do.
That's the philosophy, right? So it's like you can do any aspect of that philosophy you want. You can do one aspect, you could do 100 aspects. It's like, it's up to you. And yeah, feel free, but don't rush, because the key to success is a slow and sustained effort where there's a transformation of your general intention towards learning more.
This is the thing I keep noticing, because I'm thinking, I'm like, well, wait a second. If it's a lowest entropy state, I think some folks, and again, even for a while, like my mind was going through this. I'm like, well, why wouldn't I just be as lazy as possible? It's like, I don't know, if I'm lazy as possible, then it's like, well, I'm probably not going to exist for necessarily as long as I might like or something. So it's like, all right, maybe I should do other things. So maybe I'm expending more energy now because I know in the future I'm going to end up on net saving more energy down the road, or maybe I'll be able to do more things without having to expend as much energy. And I'm like, I don't know, that seems to kind of be entropic to me.
Think of it like this, like the entropy balance in your own mind is you don't want your thinking process to burn out your brain. So by thinking slower but with a higher resolution, that's a way less of a load on your brain.
Dude, okay.
Did I say higher resolution? Because if I said lower, excuse me.
No.
I just wasn't sure. But notice how it's conservation of energy. So you slow the frame rate, but you increase the bit depth.
Right. No, you're spending. See, for me, it's like my way to kind of like steel woman what you're saying a little bit there is very often I'd find when I would go running and stuff, I would often do it after work. So I'm already kind of tired and everything. And some days, especially if it was later or I didn't get as much sleep as I would like, I would find myself getting tired, and I would feel the way I would actually traverse different terrain. Like I would literally run slightly differently. And I did find at times when I was listening to maybe a very scientific thing, it's like, all right, I'm hearing these things described, I'm trying to model in my head. I found my likelihood to fall was much greater because I feel like I was spending all this time. It's like, all right, I need to spend time balancing, traversing, avoiding plow trucks or something that are going by. So it's like my base mind is spending energy doing that. And if I'm fully refreshed, that's not that bad, and I can listen to things. But if I'm tired, I'm already spending that energy. And as soon as I try to start thinking about these other things, I found very often I would actually trip and fall. And I'm just like, whoa. So I'm just kind of like trying to confirm what you're saying there. It's like my mind is using so much energy, and if all of a sudden I'm taxing it, it's like, all right, well, I might be more likely to fall. I don't necessarily want to do that if there's a plow truck going by, because if I fall into that plow, that's good game for me.
That's more like getting irritated. Like you don't want to be cranky, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe you don't get cranky. I don't know. But like, I will be cranky, for example, like maybe if I just woke up or if like somebody woke me up type thing. That's all. Right. You know, but I don't like to be cranky because it's not just like I can actually feel the energy draining when I have to be stern with people or whatever, engage in a sort of like level, right?
Right.
You can't feel it yet, but eventually you will, and yeah, it's just like philosophically what you're doing is realizing that the mind tends to just drain energy spontaneously, and you're willfully stopping the drain of energy by saying, no, I'm just not going to let this situation go to this. I'm not going to react to the situation, right? Rather than like, I'm not going to give that person like the processing power. So you're sort of like, it's like a bit like semen retention, but with your mind. It's like, it's your mind. It's mostly reserved for you, and if other people get to share in it, make sure that doesn't upset that balance, because when it does get upset, it's quite a painful existence. Because like when you're in pain all the time, think about how much energy it takes to think. Way more, because you have to process all that pain. Our attachments cause just as much, if not more, pain as physical wounds. Like emotional attachments. Like, you ever had your heart broken? Most people would probably rather have their leg broke than their heart broke. Right?
Not a pleasant feeling. I look at it a lot of times, like, kind of, maybe it's because I've been listening to a lot of Lex Friedman in the past several months, but it's like, I feel like it's kind of like a computer system where it's like, all right, if you're spending this much time processing this, okay, now if you're having extra load on you, you're more likely to have a malfunction. Maybe you'll get an incorrect answer or something, or just like the amount of energy you're just spending. I mean, yeah, it's going to drain the it's just going to drain the system. It's going to be more taxing on your mind. It's probably going to be more stress. Cortisol levels may go up. Again, I'm not a doctor or anything like that, but I'm just like, these seem to be a lot of causal things, or even if they're not causal, perhaps, I don't know, is there some correlation? What is actually causing that? I don't know. I don't know, but I think that the more and more strain you're putting on something, yeah, it's going to have a consequence.
Did you see the latest? I don't know. No, it's not the latest Lex Fridman. It's like one of the ones that just came out, but it's a woman talking about biology.
Oh, not Sarah Seeger, or because I remember one was about cosmology. It's how long ago was it?
Like
a week or two?
A couple days ago, or like less.
I haven't
than a week.
watched it. No. Okay, no, I haven't watched them in like a week.
It was pretty cool. She's like, we probably haven't discovered the right physics to answer this question yet, but she
Oh, so if only I didn't defend Lex on Discord.
Sometimes I get triggered listening to Lex's shows because I'm like, I just want to answer that fucking question. Like, he'll pose a question, I'm like, fuck, I wish somebody would ask me that question.
I occasionally, I'm not sure if I did it for that particular one, but it's like occasionally I'll just put a link to like different people's videos or certain people addressing it. I know I've done for that a couple of times. I think I did some of your stuff at least maybe once or twice, and I'm just like, all I know is, is somebody that maybe is actively working in this field going to see this video? Maybe. All I know is, if down the line, if and when these things are proven to be correct, all I know is the internet is time-stamped and dated. I'm just saying, I'm putting some of these things out there.
They're never going to be proven to be correct. That's not how consensus cracking works.
All I know is, if the idea ends up being even at least just the most logical idea and ends up kind of rising to the top, I'm like, I don't know. Who was talking about this back in the day? All I know is even Professor Brett Weinstein, he was saying, it's like, well, when you're talking about some of these things, it's like, what I would do is I would go back, I would look to see who was basically presenting the most logical arguments that seem to be kind of right, at least proven right down the line. I'm just like, all right, well, just let me mention these things. It's like, okay, is this my stuff? No, but it's just like, I'm looking at this, I'm like, this seems to make a lot of logical sense to me. I'm like, I'm gonna put it out there. So
I just had this vision of us in the future wearing like really humble clothing and knocking on people's doors and asking them if they've considered reconsidering their axioms. And then occasionally, like, somebody just points the barrel of a gun out of a mailbox opener. And then we just live stream the whole fucking thing. The worst idea ever.
Yeah. Have you considered changing your axioms?
The worst idea ever just pops into my head, and that's one of those times.
Oh god. I just find people, you know what, people don't mind necessarily having the hard discussions. I think folks don't like being preached to. And again, if folks are cranky, which is totally a thing, maybe it's not the best time to really heavily push something and be like, this is the greatest new thing. This is going to revolutionize. I haven't had my coffee yet. It's like, again, at least according to entropy and stuff, I think we can try to start solving for this. If we can try to start accounting for these things. All I know is the more and more we learn about universe, the more and more we learn about us. And I think the more and more we learn about us, the more and more we learn about universe. I feel like there's some form of a parallel there.
I feel
Maybe
like
I'm
it's
just
really good. Like it's kind of part of the whole vibe to have week in review, and I think it makes the whole vibe better because it's just sort of gives a place for people to geek out and yeah, sometimes there has to be a certain degree of sternness to make sure people are still on a fruitful path. Because like I could to some extent see the conclusions of what you're saying when you're saying it faster than you can. So I want to get you back on the path to something fruitful because you're kind of like it's a bit of a maze, and not every path that you can explore is fruitful in terms of bringing a deeper insight. It's kind of like landing a jet on a dime. 'Cause so it's like let's just burn the haystack.
I,
But
I
make
I I'm
people aware.
wandering all around right now.
We
I
gotta
don't know
make
where I'm
people aware.
going.
We gotta make people aware that burning the haystack is possible, but you're the one who burns it to whatever extent you're willing to burn away your old axioms and embrace the proper axiom. Like I'm not saying, for all time, but to be able to solve this class of problems, you have to learn how to think not just physically but metaphysically because metaphysics undergirds physics. There is no physics without metaphysics. Axioms. Sorry, I feel like a fucking broken record, but I feel like this is one of those things that won't sink in for a while. And in the past, people will be like, "Well, that was obvious. We all knew that. It's just a coincidence that nobody said it before Jen did." Yeah, we just figured it out on our own. I guess that's one of the side effects of the 100th monkey effect is people literally thinking that this was their own idea, but it's like, they're all just God's ideas. Let's think of it like that.
I see, and again, maybe it's. I think a lot of the times for folks to be accepting of, especially newer ideas, especially if it is a violation of whatever axioms they may or may not have, yeah, I think a lot of times folks need to at least come to it themselves. Whereas if you're just kind of telling the folks that like this is the way it is, it's like, well, I have no problem just kind of like putting things out there in a way, so it's like folks kind of just maybe they kind of start to see, and I'm like, well, this is my opinion. It's like I just kind of express it like that. I'm like, I could be
Well,
wrong.
that's what
I could
Krishna said. He always said, "That's my opinion," after he spoke. So it's like we're no better than him. He's great. Like we might as well. It is definitely less combative to preface things with. It is. I mean, just to say that's my opinion, because then you're just putting it out there where it's like if you disagree with me, it's okay. And that's the sort of example we need to set. The example that we're cool with people disagreeing with us as long as they're respectful. You have to like.
No,
live
I
and
mean
live
that's
it.
right. And well, because then we can actually engage in productive dialogue, and it's like, all right, maybe if somebody out there has a little bit of information that maybe I didn't know about, this particular thing might just be a particular piece that maybe helps me reconceptualize all this work I've already done and be like, oh, this piece just happens to go here. And maybe I wouldn't have had that information before if all of a sudden that person said something that's just like, oh, geez, and we just engage in a fight and everything. So it's like, I'll listen. And again, I realize at some points I'm listening, and some folks may or may not proverbially be spouting hot garbage. Maybe that one of those flaming hot cans that comes out is going to lead me down a particular road. Maybe I am wasting my time, but I hear you. We need to try to prioritize as much as we can. And all I
Once
know
you
is
learn how to frame it so that every interaction is actually feeding you, because you just have to learn how to frame it and to have realistic expectations of people, learn to communicate with them on their level. And then that way you are never really having an exchange with someone where at the end of it, you're like, what a waste of time. Like even with Claire, like I don't want to talk to Claire now, but the times we talked wasn't a waste of time because she's spouting some real filth there. Is helpful, but to go on forever, bitch slapping
it's
her in her incorrectness to make myself feel smarter is not cool either, right?
so to actually kind of steal woman what you were saying right there is all I know is that on one of the unofficial Dr. Eric Weinstein discourse. At one point, some individual was giving his quote unquote theory of everything or how he saw things and everything. And all I remember is from that all I know is from that discussion, the general consensus, at least from what I took away, again, I'm not a psychologist or a doctor or anything, is Dude Man was kind of having a mental breakdown. Now, with that being said, at one point he said the answer will end up being revealed via 5 rings. And I'm like, all right, well, that seems kind of crazy. And freaking not 2 months later, all of a sudden I'm listening to that lecture, I'm looking at Thad, and he's got those 5 circles and everything there. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, Dude Man may or may not have been having a mental breakdown. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is maybe it was just completely coincidental. But then I take a step back. I'm like, wait a second. What about the cosmic wave function of the universe? Could it be that all of a sudden things are kind of just arising within humanity from multiple different points? People may just have fractions of something that might be fundamentally true, but unless it's parameterized and located, and somebody else can kind of either build upon that or take those things, I don't know, it feels like I'm going through there's all these clues and everything, and some of them leading down false ends, and then I don't know, I just keep on going back more and more. I'm like, Jen was right about those axioms. I'm like,
perturbations of 0-point energy. 0-point energy is a thing, and then it undergoes perturbations.
This is on your blog that I need to continue to read, isn't it?
Perturbations arise through the flux in the ZPE, which is non-zero. How do we know the flux in the ZPE is non-zero? Speed of light's not infinity. This hyperbolic figure 8 exists.
Okay, 0-point energy, ZPA.
Yeah, so 0-point energy is the lowest energy of a system, but it is also non-zero. The value of it is non-zero. It's not nothing. There's no such thing as a zero energy.
Oh, it's showing the liquid helium that flows up the sides. Okay, I heard. Wow, wait a second. Oh.
I think I want to wrap up soon. I'm pretty hungry.
Okay, yeah. No, I was going to say,
it's been a great chat, though. I'm really glad that you got something out of this. And these things, they're quantum state transitions, right? It's like, when does the consensus get cracked? When do people consider it a proof? It's not going to happen like that. At some point in the future, people are going to look back and say, we always believed in this. Jen didn't teach us. We always knew this stuff. And I'll just be sitting there on the balcony and be like, okay.
Well, it's not like the internet exists and these things have already been openly discussed.
We found it from something from 1812. We found it in some other thing randomly. It's all good. Science.
Hey, I like science.
I love science, and also I love people. So getting to know these scientists that are working in these fields, I feel great that I got to talk to Thad, and I hope I could talk to him again. I sincerely hope he wasn't offended by my notes, and that I can help him write a book. Because wouldn't it be cool if we could all get together and write a physics textbook?
I haven't asked him yet, but when he was coming on, I'll ask him. Maybe not this necessarily this first time.
I'm asking you what you think of the idea. Doesn't it seem cool to produce a?
Oh, no, absolutely. I'd love to write a book, or even just try to contribute something, or even just kind of be there for the idea generation, just kind of pitching things. It's just to be involved, just to even be witnessing these things right now. I feel extremely privileged to just have the ability.
I don't want to include in the book that I'm planning on writing, which is just a summary of my opinions. I don't want to include a bunch of stuff about chemistry, because that's all just I don't want to say formulas, but it's geometric arrays and permutations of geometric arrays. It's there's no real place for that in the book I'm writing. But in a textbook, it would actually make sense, because then you could go through and do the questions yourself, and then you could turn around and apply it to chemistry, right? And actually build a model of the periodic table. They could predict things like enantiomers and things like that. And that would be fucking cool. And the coolest thing about that is that we probably already have all the training data that we need to build it. It's just that nobody's thought to structure the problem that way.
The amount of data that we have that ends up not necessarily being published in certain journals just because, these weren't the results we wanted. Well, I mean, is the data accurate for something? Well, we didn't really check. Why not? It's like the more and more data we have, this is valuable because that's how we. At least it sounds like that's how we would actually do what you're proposing.
It'll be so much fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Not just for all the knowledge, but also all the people that will be positively affected by it. And you don't have to do science, etc., to get these benefits because the technology is already well defined. You can just apply it. So, don't want people to think I want them to become physicists. Just opening the door if that's something like memes. If that's something people are interested in, I'm happy to facilitate.
Do you mind if I take a little bit of a snippet from the stream because I totally want to put some of this out there.
I wouldn't mind at all. Thanks for asking. Yeah, that should be great, and always nice to see your new videos. And did you have any last words before we?
I'm good. I am thoroughly hungry and have even more questions, and I have 0 point energy up on Wikipedia, and I want to start looking at this.
Awesome. Well, happy studies, and we'll talk soon. We'll see everybody else, not next Sunday, but Sunday after, if not sooner. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Until next time. Bye-bye.
You said everybody. We'll see you.
Simple understanding of math.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walk through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself prestige by associating herself with a retard?